Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, lovely friends. Before I go any further, it's National Proposing Day. Yes, National Proposing Day. So if there's somebody in your life that you want to ask, will you? I will. I would. I do. Let us know if you do. Now I'm going to start with something I know you'll say I do too. It's our early bird. Let's do this. Let's do this. This is adorable. Look, it is so cute. It is a panel from Free Spirit. The colours are divine. Look at this, look at this. It's got a unicorn. In fact, it's got 2 unicorns. Check it out. Look, really cute. You've got your 2 little unicorns. You've got your 2 rabbits, you've got your owls, and you've got your hairy stag. But they've all got flowers. Aren't they pretty and cute? Now, of course, you could use these for a gorgeous quilt, and I would probably cut them up and I would put just a couple of borders around them, maybe a bit of patchwork in the borders or a little bit of patchwork here and there, not too much. Use something like your solids or maybe some batiks in between. You could use these for cushions, placemats. Each one would make a great front for a little bag or a pocket on a bag, little rucksack, lunch bags, food wraps. You could do all sorts with these. You could even stretch 4 of these as one piece over an art canvas. Maybe add a little bit of embellishment, some beads, sequins, puffy paint, a few bits of stitching here and there. You've got to embroider in those whiskers, haven't you? And put it on the wall. Absolutely adorable. And if you make and sell, these are very eye-catching, aren't they? You could easily turn this panel into 8 different saleable items. Now, the price at the moment is $9.99, but it's our early bird, so it's not going to stay that way. Let's bring it down. Let's bring it down. $7.99. That's awesome. What a great price. So you're paying less than £1 per image for these gorgeous fabric pictures. I just think they're beautiful. There's so much detail. It's called Magic Friends, and it's from Mia Chavo for Free Spirit. So I know Free Spirit fabrics really well, and the quality is second to none. Quarter of the stock's already gone. You're loving it. And I reckon lots of you are thinking, yeah, you know what? Whether I'm going to use that now or in the future, that is one of those fabrics that would be so useful to have in your stash. Because if you needed to make a quick baby quilt, well, it's all there, isn't it? Throw a few solids at it, and I'd literally just cut out the image, and then I would put a simple, probably a 1.5 inch border all around it in a solid. And then I might put a 2.5 inch border around that. And I'd use 2 different colours picked out of these, okay? I'd make sure that each one of them was different and then put them all together. I would probably put 8, I'd probably do it as a 3x3. The centre would be blank, and what I might be inclined to do there if I was making this for somebody would be to put their name and the date if it was a baby quilt. It's about to sell out. Well done if you managed to get this. It's well oversubscribed. Now I need to say a few good mornings. Rabbit and Robin's got in touch to say good morning, Stuart. No, good morning. Anne's got in touch to say morning, Stuart. My darling, morning to you. Jill says good morning from a misty and frosty Ipplepen. Well, that sounds adorable. Where do you come from? I'm over yonder from Ipplepen. That's gorgeous. Where is that? Sandra says, morning, Stuart, from the Costa del couch. I love it. Jan's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart and all. My husband has generously shared his dreadful cold with me, and so I shall stay in and watch the shows today. Oh, Jan, he's a keeper, isn't he? That giving, generous. Dear. I prescribe 5 hours of Sewing Street and a healthy dose of Stuart Hillard, and perhaps 5 millilitres, maybe 10 millilitres of Sandi Millichip-Massochi. She's coming up too. Should we look at the menu? Let's do it. Come on, we'll make you feel better. Stay with us. 8 a.m, Fassett Collective Fabrics. We've got oodles of delicious, juicy colour. At 9 o'clock, Sandi Millichip-Massochi is here with the Bargello bag. It is fabulous. Now, I have always thought Bargello looks rather cool. I've never done Bargello, and I've heard about the method, and I've thought, well, that sounds complex. Sandi assures me it's so simple. She's going to teach me how to do Bargello, so you'll pick it up in no time. This is the Floral Bounty. It's a panel with instructions. The price is amazing. You're going to love it. You get solid fabric as well for the lining. This is a lovely blue version. Is it Devonshire dogs? Staffordshire. Sorry, just moving around the country. Well, I want them to be from Devonshire, so there we go. I'm nicely balanced now in one way or another. So Sandi's coming up with that at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got loads of different fabric panels. There'll be so much variety in that hour, and some great buys, actually, brilliant buys. Now 11 o'clock, Sandi is back with the Hedgerow cushion set. And again, I want to just show you, I tell you what, Sandi's really gone to town with these samples. She's so creative. Look at these two. Look at this fine pair of cushions. She's added machine embroidery, a little hand embroidery, a little machine quilting. They're adorable, and she's going to show us 2 different options for backing as well, buttons and zip, concealed zip. So a lovely learning hour, that one. And check out what she made from the extras. We don't have patterns for these, but this is with the leftovers, would you believe? A sewing machine pincushion. That is adorable. That is so cool. And a gorgeous little bag. That's from the leftovers. So amazing projects, loads of value, loads of learning as well. So we love that. And then, that's not all for the morning, at 12 o'clock, we've got sewing room gadgets and some of my favourite products. We're using the word gadget quite loosely there. We've got a really affordable, the most affordable mannequin, dressmaker's mannequin from Adjustaform. We've got Bosal single-sided in our form, which I simply cannot sew without. We've got loads of good stuff in that hour, and we've also got the gridded Vliseline, which I adore. I'm going to be giving you a bit of a demo on how to use that. So stick around, we'll have fun, I promise. Now, Carol says, good morning. Jan says, he must be a keeper. This is the husband who gave Jan a cold. He must be a keeper. It will be our golden wedding anniversary next month. Oh, Jan, congratulations to you both. Just keep your cold to yourself next time, hubby. Come on, play fair. He just wants to share everything with you, Jan. All right, now listen, we love it when you get in touch with us. Let me show you how easy it is to do. You can message the studio@sewingstreet.com and send us an email, pictures, photos. Show us what you're working on. We love to see what you're working on. You can also get in touch through our website, www.sewingstreet.com. And once you get there, if you click on Watch Live, and then you can send us a little message there. Go on, Hannah, do your worst. Hello, hello. You all right? Oh, look, she spelt her own name wrong. There's no hope. There's no hope. The only person to get -1 for a spelling test at school because she spelt her name wrong. Bless you. Sold out. That's our early bird, but well done if you got it. Lots selling out on the show already. It's going to be a busy morning, I can tell. So this is where going to the website really helps. You can scroll ahead, you can look at what's coming up throughout the morning, you can buy ahead, and remember, every time you check out, you're still only paying 1 postage, £3.95 for the whole day up till midnight. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out. Also, if you buy something that later on in a show gets a price crash, don't worry, you won't pay the full price, you'll pay the crashed price. So shop, oh, I recognise that, that's my Mendy bag, that's coming up on the panel show. If you like black and white, if you like monochrome, you can do monochrome, it's all in the panel, and you get your lining as well. But if you want to get creative and get out your fabric marking pens, your fabric dyes, your wax crayons, your ink tents, pencils, and your aloe vera gel, you can really go to town and create your own bag. You could even do some sandtangling on here. You've got your lining, you've got all the instructions for making this bag printed on the bag. You don't have to buy a separate pattern. So that's coming up at 10 o'clock on our panel hour. Okay, let's move down the bus. Come with me. Okay, let's start off with some Kaffe to get the morning off to a fine start. And for Hannah has put together this gorgeous bundle, which she's called Kaffe in Springtime, which I just think is gorgeous. Now, I know Kaffe's fabrics really well. I don't think I was as aware of his yellows and his golden yellows and his pastels, but here they are. Check these out. I'm going to open these out so you can see this beautiful fabric. Now that is a bit of all right, isn't it? Absolutely luscious. Oh, this is a beautiful one. Look at this. That is utterly joyful. All those lovely yellows and pinks, really pretty. Again, this is not a colourway that I would instantly associate with Kaffe, but it's really rather pretty, very fresh, spring summery, makes me feel joyful. I'm ready now, aren't you? I'm definitely ready. Do you know what? I don't know if I'm ready for spring. I think I'm ready for summer. I'd be more than happy if we could leap straight to summer, but I'll take spring because I do love spring. But those colours are really fresh, sort of ice creamy. You're also getting some really pretty pastel solids to go with. There's a soft baby pink there. And then Buttercup. Oh, that is lovely. And those will really help to add to the whole freshness of this bundle. It's beautiful. Marie's messaged in. It's foggy in Islington. Hope it's better when you are. Marie, no better at all. It was icy on the car and foggy. Didn't like it. Don't like it at all. Don't like it at all. Julie, I will show you the bag panel at 10 o'clock. I haven't got time now, I'm afraid, but lots of lovely cave to show you. But 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Oh, how about a little offer on this? Let's drop the price of it. Have half a metre of solid for free. $43.74 for these beautiful fabrics. You're getting half a metre of each of these 7 fabrics. 3.5 metres in total. Great buy that. Beautiful. Love all the freshness there. Love all the spring summer colour. Ever so pretty. Now, I've less than 20 of these bundles left. Well done if you managed to get yours. What are you planning? You can make a lovely lap quilt. What about a picnic quilt? If you've got bags for life, there's a picnic quilt which turns into a bag. So you can carry your picnic somewhere lovely and then scoop the whole thing up. Single figures left. Are you kidding me? We had 20 a second ago. Single figures. Single figures. All right. Don't forget, you're also getting 2.5 metres of the solids, the baby pink and the buttercup yellow. Adorable. This one's sold out on its own by the half metre. A couple of the others you can buy. This one you can buy, this one, this one, this one. Maybe. No, this one you can't. This one, this one, this one you can buy by the half metre. Well, that's good because that would make the prettier. Can you imagine a little girl's sundress in that? Shearing elastic round the top, little rouleau straps. That would be gorgeous. Well, let's say for a little girl. For a big girl. Yes, or a big boy. Polly says, watch you, Stuart. Hey, watch you, Polly. It's a nice cash start to the day. I like that. I feel like I should be clicking my fingers. Watch you, Stuart. What you doing? Gonna have to watch later. Has got to go to keep fit. I approve. Well done. At least it will get me warm. Your wonderful bag you have just shown, the black and white one. When did you originally do it? As I'd like to watch the show, I have this ready to cut out for my holidays. We will check. We will check that. Good question. Good question. We should know the answer. Enjoy Keep Fit. What are you doing? Are you zumbering? Still love a bit of zumba. Okay, so that's our large spring collection. There's only 8 of them left. There's only 8 of them left. We started out with loads of these. Good morning, gorgeous Stuart. What delicious fabrics this morning, says Georgina and Kate. They are, aren't they? It's just what we need. Bit of colour, bit of juiciness, bit of loveliness, lovely florals. Good morning, Stuart, says Helen in County Durham. I'm fairly new to crafting, but have learned so much from you and the programme already. Helen, I'll take you down that path with me. But once you go, that's it. There's no way back. You'll love it. You'll love it. And thank you. We really appreciate it. Keep watching Sewing Street. We have so many fantastic experts in, and everybody brings something different to the table, which I think is so important. And we look forward to seeing your makes. All right, that's the big spring bundle, but we've also got a smaller spring bundle, and this is super cute. This is super cute. Now, this little bundle has 4 half meters in it, and you've got buttercup, you've got that baby pink, and then you've also got 2 of my favourite spring fabrics there, or summery fabrics. Let me show you what you get. I must apologise, by the way, if I'm sniffing. I've got a little bit, I've just got a sniffle this morning. I don't do colds. Frankly, I ain't got time for all that. But I have got the slightest little, so I beg your pardon. Right, so we've got this one. This is fab, isn't it? They're not, I don't know, what are they? They're not coleus, are they? Oh, the hellebores, the hellebores. It's written on the side of the fabric, Stuart, the hellebores. But do you know what I mean? They've got that sort of coloration of coleus, but beautiful. Love that. Love Philip Jacobs designs. This is delicious. I absolutely love that fabric. And in 1/2 metre, check this out, look. Look at all that loveliness in just 1/2 metre. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Very inspiring. And then you get 2 1/2 metres buttercup and baby pink. Now let's do another little saving on this. Ooh, $18.99 for that. That's fab. You're saving more than the cost of one of those 1/2 metres of solids there. £4.57 saving. That's awesome. Thanks, Hannah. We'll take that. We'll take that. That's gorgeous. And I love as well how using those light solids will just break up the pattern a little bit or help to frame it and keep everything looking fresh and summery. You know, if you're ever concerned that your palette's getting a bit dark or muddled, just introduce some lightness to it, some freshness. I'll tell you what would be lovely with these. A simple 16 patch. You know, just squares sewn together, and you could just alternate. You could have maybe this fabric with the buttercup, this one with the baby pink, and do 16 patch. I tell you the other thing you could make, have you heard of 9 patch pizzazz? If you haven't heard of 9 patch pizzazz, Google it or Pinterest it. Okay. I did a tilde quilt that kind of used the principles. You use like large scale florals or prints with solids or tone on tone, and you do things like 9 patch, 4 patch, plain small blocks, plain, I say plain, it's the patterned fabric, big blocks or big rectangles, and then sew them all together. And you keep it really simple, but it's so effective with large scale prints plus a solid or two. If you haven't seen it, Google it, 9 patch pizzazz. Bruce, our director's had to go straight to Pinterest to have a little look at it. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So effective. Have a think about that. $18.99 for that. Really good. You're saving over $4.50. Loads of you have got this in your baskets. Don't forget to check out. Laurie says, morning Stuart, lovely to see your jolly face today. Bless you. Love you on Sewing Street. Beautiful fabrics as well. Thank you. Kath says, morning Stuart, just back from a swim. Oh my goodness, I am full of admiration, Kath, but I'm also shivering at the thought. Chilly out, but the pool was like a bath. Enjoying breakfast with you. Bless you, Kath. What are you having? What are you having? My current obsession, I've rediscovered shredded wheat with hot milk. If you haven't had that, or you haven't had that since you were a child, which I think is the last time I had it, oh my goodness, heaven in a bowl. Heaven in a bowl. Loads of sugar, yes, I get that. I know that's not the healthiest thing, but there's loads of fibre in there. Oh, yummy, yummy. Got to be hot milk. Got to be hot milk. Third of that bundle now has gone as well. Let's move on. Let's do blues. Big blue. Big blue. Big blue with a little bit of pink. Blue is one of my favourite albums ever by Joni Mitchell, if you haven't heard it. Oh, it is wonderful. Check out this delicious bundle of blue fabrics. Now, you know me, I am a blue boy. I love blues. That is gorgeous with the poppies, isn't it? Absolutely spectacular. That's one of your 1/2 metres. You're going to make a saving here. Wait for this. You're getting 1/2 metre of solid for free. That's beautiful. That paisley. Let's go hellebores. I know what they are now. I'm showing off. Oh, that is delicious in the blue, isn't it? Now, this next one I am obsessed with. This is called embroidered shawl. Let me just hold it up and show you for a second. I'm obsessed with that. That is so beautiful, isn't it? I think that might be my favourite fabric from Fassett ever. Ever. I love it. In that colourway and the red. Oh my goodness. Can we do this bit of 1/2 metre, this one? I might need some of that. I might need some of that. Suzanne says, Stuart, it has to be hot milk and more sugar than is probably allowed. Scrumptious. Susan, I can't believe, I feel like I've wasted the last 35 years of my life forgetting about shredded wheat with hot milk and sugar. It's divine. I'm glad you're part of the club, Susan. My whole life's been a sham. I want the years back. What can you do, eh? What can you do? Now that one looks like succulents. That's succulents, isn't it? Again, utterly gorgeous. Ah, Jill says, I'm with you, Stuart. Blue is one of the best albums ever after Astral Weeks by Van Morrison. Oh, now you're talking. Now you're talking. That's a bit of all right too. Then you've got 1/2 metre of white solid and 1/2 metre of, now is that coral? Oh, azalea pink. That's rather lovely. I like that. That's rather lovely, isn't it? And again, keeps everything looking fresh. You could put some lilac in there. You could put a little bit of green. The red's nice too. There are fewer than 20 of this bundle. Remember, you're getting 4 metres, but you're only paying for 3.5 of them. Susan from Nottinghamshire says, favourite breakfast? Magic pancakes, steady on, with yoghurt and mixed berries. Very healthy and delicious, Sue in Beeston. Pancakes with yoghurt and mixed berries. Are they the thick pancakes? I love the thick, like the drop. I do Nigella thick pancakes. They're lovely. Blueberries in them maybe. Bit of maple syrup. Yours is sounding a little... It's possibly a little on the healthy scale for me. I always feel like I can have a bit of something naughty at breakfast, you know, a bit of syrup, a bit of sugar, because I think, you know, you need something just to get you going in the morning. Do you know what I mean? You need something just to flick the switch from to, you know. Single figures, it's going to sell out. It's going to sell out. All the single figures. Put your hand up. I'm the only person that's allowed to sing songs on television because apparently no one can recognise any of them, so we don't have to pay the fees. It's brilliant. Now we've got a small blue as well, haven't we? Little blue. Show me little blue, please. Thank you. Oh, okay. So that is the paisley. Check. And the big, is that the succulents? Yes. And the pink. I got it. Yeah. Yes, it is. I think it is. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's, yeah, it is. Sorry. Yeah. It's hellebores. Here it is. Right. Okay. I'm there. Right. So you've got the hellebores. That's your first 1/2 metre. You've got the paisley. That's your second fabric. 1/2 metre of each. And then you've got your azalea pink solid. That's a bag waiting to happen, I feel. Absolutely lovely. £19.77 for this. We had a crash on the last time, Hannah. Are we having one this time? We are. Just making us wait for it. You get 1/2 metre of azalea pink. That's lovely. Really fresh. Love this paisley. I'll just hold it up again so you can see. I think it's always good to see from different angles, isn't it? That's amazing. It almost looks like sort of geodes, doesn't it? Or like malachite. It's got a lovely look. Or this would actually make a beautiful scarf, wouldn't it? Perhaps on a plainer top. $15.49. Wow, that's awesome. Really good. Now, $15.49, you really would pay for a metre of Fassett fabric. You're getting a metre of Fassett fabric and your half metre of solid for that price. Over £4 saving there. Fab. We'll take that. We'll take that. Great. Now, can we do those lovely, moody, dark Kaffe fabrics? Oh, I have a message. Morning, Stuart. Just tucking into shredders and warm milk. Yummy. Was that is that a coincidence, Joanne? Or was that because I said? Shredders and warm milk, yummy. Missed out on the early bird, but I'm enjoying the Kaffe combos. Joe in Shrewsbury. Our early bird did go out very, very quickly, didn't it? Sorry you missed that, Joanne. Early bird catches the worm and all that, but I'm glad you're enjoying the Kaffe. This is lovely. Now, this next bundle we have called, what did we call this? Red and purple. Oh no, we had Kaffe in springtime. I'm obsessed with this fabric. This is so delicious. I know Lisa Lamb is obsessed with this fabric too. And if she likes it, it must be gorgeous. That's fab, isn't it? I love that little bit of blue in there as well. It's so yummy. Just gorgeous. You can get that fabric by the half metre, by the way. Have a look on the website. So this bundle, you're getting 3 metres of fabric in total, 6 half metres. You're getting the beach balls. You're getting embroidered shawl. Now you're also getting that. Oh, wow. Look at this one. Look at that colourway. Oh, that's wild. That's wild. Can you imagine just 2 cushions, 2 cushion fronts just from that? Morning, Stuart. I just bought both bundles. Super happy. Sharon, I'm not surprised. Aren't they joyful? Well done, you. Oh, really good. They're great, aren't they? Absolutely stunning. Right, so there's that. Then there's this. This is my favourite bundle now. I thought it was the yellow. I do love the yellow, but I do love these colours. Look at that. That's proper sort of paisley colours as well, isn't it? Interesting fact. Paisley in Scotland, really massively important in the textile industry, gave its name to the pattern. Paisley is a place in Scotland, and it's where they originally, I mean, obviously these designs, this aesthetic was originally from India, and then the patterns, the fabrics, the ideas were brought back, and then Scotland produced Paisley shawls, and they were known as Paisley shawls because they came from Paisley, and that's where the name comes from. Isn't that beautiful? And then you get, this is really nice, you get your purple solid, and my favourite for putting, is that a black or a really deep blue? It's navy, isn't it? Oh, nice. Midnight. Gosh. I like that. I like that. It could almost read as black, but it's actually, oh, it's a really deep, deep midnight blue. That's yummy. Really yummy. Gorgeous. A message for me. Morning, Stuart. Embroidered shawl fabric would make a great kimono. Penny in Hampshire. I agree, wouldn't it? If you've got Tracy Dennis's kimono top, I know she makes it in a lot of viscose, the Owl and Pussycat, yeah, that would be beautiful, either in embroidered shawl or in the paisley as well. Great idea there, Penny. I like that. Set my mind whirring. Or if you want to make like a quilted version for the spring, Very nice. This is a beautiful bundle, isn't it? £39.54, 6.5 metres, 4 of the Kaffe and 2 coordinating solids. That's absolutely yummy. Now, if you want a smaller version, let me show you that. So this features 2 of the patterned and 1 of the solid. You're still getting embroidered shawl with the black background. And we're still going to crash the price. You're going to pay $15.49. You get your beach balls. I'm calling it beach balls. It is called beach balls, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Don't want to rename Kaffe's fabric for him. And then you also get 0.5 metre of the purple. Now, is this imperial purple or royal purple or purple? It's just purple. It's just purple. But in ancient Rome, this was imperial purple, wasn't it? I think only royalty or the very wealthy emperors were allowed to wear purple. Very nice. We can all wear purple now. Lovely. £15.49. You get me saving over £4 on that. Yum. Okay. Right. I'm going to leave those bundles with you. Now, should we do Kaffe by the 0.5 metre? Let's do Kaffe by the... Now, can I go straight to embroidered shawl, please? I think we've only got one option on the table, but it is fantastic. It's the red. It's the red. This is ending in 4/6. Oh, okay, we've got it in the black background as well. Okay, that's fine. Let's do this one first then. So this is the red embroidered shawl. This is absolutely stunning. What a piece of cloth that is. For £7.99, I couldn't not have that in my stash. I'd need about 2.5 metres, frankly, but beautiful. Even if you just did a couple of cushions and you could just layer that, something like H640 or quilt batting. I'd do a little bit of quilting, perhaps just around some of the shapes, and I would add covered piping cord, and I'd probably pick out this fabulous azure blue and put a piping around the edge, or the really deep pink or the red, something vibrant, piping cord around the edge, lovely. Or you could cross hatch quilt it and then pipe it, and that would make 2 very, very beautiful cushions for £7.99. Amazing, amazing. But if you want to do the kimono, I think you need about 2.5 metres, so 5 units, and that would give you all the fabric you needed. It would also, if you got 1 metre of that, that would make a really beautiful infinity scarf. If you want the pattern, it's on my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes. Be quick because we're down to the last 10 metres, but can you imagine that as a beautiful scarf? I love it. I love it. Okay, so that's that one. I'm going to grab the embroidered shawl with the black background too, because again, I think it's a gorgeous fabric. It's flying out, so if you want this, you must be quick. This is ending 8/7. So again, I could just imagine, you know, Sunday lunch with the family, you know, you're wearing a sort of fairly plain black dress or something, and then that as a scarf or a wrap. So you could just take 0.5 metre. I'd probably back it with black or something like that, or a deep pink, and then you could maybe put some beaded fringing down the 2 short ends, you know, just basically put the 2 rectangles together, your 2.5 metres, sew all around, leave a gap for turning, turn it through, and then slip stitch that closed. But on the short ends, if you put some beaded fringing, that would make the most luxurious wrap. It would probably take about half an hour to make and will look $1 million. That's about to sell out. Well done if you managed to get it. You pipped me to the post because I wouldn't have said no to a bit of that. Tina's got in touch to say, "Morning, Stuart. These Kaffe fabrics are just too hard to resist." So I didn't. I like your style, Tina. I like your style. Remember that black background fabric is available in the bundle, and the red one too, actually. So in the larger bundle. Now then, can we go to this delicious bit of purple, please. This is ending 3-1. Because again, I'm gonna emphasize how beautiful these would be as scarves, as kimonos, as shawls. It's not always about quilt making, although I love it, of course, or bag making, but just add an accent to your outfit. Really fabulous. Or for chaps, what about a waistcoat with that as the back of a waistcoat? You could maybe have something like a really deep plum or purple plaid or tweed on the front, and then this on the back would be amazing. About a metre for that, for the back of a waistcoat. It's about a metre. Lots of that in baskets. Lots of lovely colour in there as well. So if you like fabrics that are going to inspire other projects, go for them. Now, another little top tip for you. If you follow me on Instagram or Facebook, you'll have seen me very, very recently doing some very simple but very effective kaleidoscope quilting, just using 4 squares that look like they're fussy cut. They're not. I will show you during our Sewing Street Birthday Week how to do that. This fabric would be perfect. You need large scale with very little kind of open background space. Yeah, you want something going on all over the fabric, but you want a fairly large scale print. This would be perfect. Really, to do it effectively, to make a quilt, you want about 2.5 to 3 meters. You won't regret it. It's so cool and so easy. You won't believe how easy it is, and addictive. Oh my goodness. Just wait, just wait. Now I've also got this in the yellow, ending 3-0. This, again, if you want to add a punch of spring summer colour to your wardrobe, get yourself 1/2 metre or 1 metre of this. Make yourself a little scarf. Delicious, delicious. It's so opulent, isn't it? And glamorous. I just think that's lovely. Also, really stunning for interiors, for home deck. So cushions in particular, bolsters. You get a lot of value. 2 big cushions, fronts. Use a plain on the back. Use something from your stash. Pick one of those colours to make the back. Pipe it for sure. If you don't want to do piping, bind the edge like a quilt. That would look beautiful too. And just pick out one of those colours. I think with this fabric, I'd have to get in there with a little bit of metallic thread and just add a little touch of embroidery or a few little beads here and there. This would be such a fun fabric to embellish. Yeah. Yeah, fabrics like this are just, I mean, they don't need it by any means, but they are crying out for it, aren't they? Julie in Derbyshire says, you've inspired me. I bought a dusky pink table runner a while ago. I have no table, but knew I would make something fab. A cave scarf. There you go. There you go. Excellent. Love it. Love it. All right, that's the yellow. Let's do the paisleys next. Now then, let's do the red paisley. This ends. Thank you. Again, I want to hold that up. I want to kind of fold that again into a, sorry I keep doing this, making it into a scarf, but I just think they look so lovely as a scarf or a wrap, or do you know what I mean? I just think that is beautiful. You could wear the plainest outfit and just have that beautiful pop of colour. I think this would also be absolutely delicious for a man's tie or bow tie and pocket square combo. Really nice. And don't get me started on quilting. Lovely. All right, that's the red. We've also got that same paisley in the yellows. I'm going to grab it from the bundle. This was the one I was thinking, summer dress, shirring elastic, gathered skirt, really pretty. I did a pattern years ago for a little girl's dress, and it was basically a bought t-shirt and then a fabric skirt, and you just kind of joined the two. It was really simple. You just put a skirt on the bottom of a t-shirt, you cut the lower band off, added a little wrap skirt and a few little trims. There's only a metre of that left, but that would do it. One lucky person. Very nice. Do I? A bluey green. In the blue bundle. In the blue bundle. Okay then. Yes, I do. Very low in stock again. You've been loving the fabrics this morning. Fab. Not loads of this by any means. Whoever said blue and green should never be seen, unless there's something in between, didn't see this fabric. Fab. Love it. Love it. Now, I'm just going to grab back the large blue bundle just to show you again. Because we've only got 6 of these left. And I just want to show you this. I don't want you to miss out. So you get that beautiful paisley, and some of these fabrics, it's the only way to get them. You get that one, which I always think looks like sort of cotton reels on end, which is lovely, or poppies. You've got the poppies, Persian poppies I'd call that. You've got the embroidered shawl in blue. I'm very torn with that fabric. I'm not usually, but I'm very torn with which colourway I love the best, because, well, I think it's true to say I love them all. You get the succulents and the hellebores. And then you also get some solids. You get the azalea pink, and you also get the white. So you're getting there 8.5 meters, but you're making a saving. Am I right? You're getting one of these 0.5 meters for free. More of these in baskets than we have. Now, how many do we have? We've got 6 that are not checked out. 9 of these in baskets. So it's oversubscribed. If you want this, I mean, I don't want to say anybody's safe, because 9 of you want it and we've only got 6. So now we also have a small blue bundle that's got the pink, it's got the hellebores, and it's got the hellebores and the paisley. There we go. Now, 1/3 of the stock of this is gone. We've less than 20 of these left. Hellebores, paisley, azalea. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Yeah, that would make a really lovely bag, or a pretty wall hanging. Again, try that sort of 9-patch pizzazz idea, or a simple 16-patch, just putting these fabrics with the solid. And you could introduce a bit of more lavender and lilac, some of the china blue. You could add some of the deeper purple in there. You could really have fun with that. Gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. Kath says she wants porridge with blueberries. I want porridge with blueberries too now that you've said that. And I also want a big bowl of shreddies with hot milk and sugar, even though I've already had breakfast. Beverly, who's in Norfolk, oh, whereabouts, says, morning, Stuart, agree. Whoever said blue and green shouldn't be seen never had the excitement of Kaffe fabric arriving through the letterbox. It's happy post, that, isn't it? Happy post. I do know that Kaffe says that the colour wheel is the work of the devil, which I think is very funny. I mean, sometimes I use it, sometimes I don't. I don't think any of us should ever slavishly follow rules. I'm a rule breaker. I'm a rule breaker. Yellowy gold. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, Now that, in a kimono, a dressing, can you imagine a dressing gown? Going to the door to collect the Amazon package in that. Sorry, I mean your Sewing Street package. Can you imagine? Hello, do you need to take a picture? I'm living for it. I'm living for it. I love that. Do you know what would be really fun to do with this? Get yourself some embroidery floss, okay, and this, and then do satin stitch embroidery over the whole flower and the leaves. Follow the colours and do satin stitch. So you're stitching, kind of bring the needle up here and down here, up here and down here, really close together. That would be exquisite. Made up into a cushion, or even a bit of framed art, or a fire guard. You know those kind of fire guards that you get that usually have a tapestry panel? That would be so beautiful. Really good fun, and that would be weeks of lovely slow stitching of an evening. That is beautiful, and again would make the most gorgeous fashion accessory. We're going to do the blue. Yeah, let's do the blue. It's about to sell out, but I'll show it you before it does. Completely torn on which colourway I love the best, because I totally love them all. I'm not going to get any of these because there's only half a metre left of that. Kaffe, why do you do this to me? The spring bundle, says Penny in Monmouthshire, could I use this to make the patchwork jacket? I've been wanting to do it for ages, just waiting for the right fabric. The one in the Sewing Bee book. They're 5-inch squares that you use, but you could do it with just one fabric or a mixture of fabrics. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely do that. You don't even have to do squares. You could do rectangles, or you could do equilateral triangles, whatever you want. Spring bundle? Are we all right just with the still? I've rather thrown the fabrics to the wayside. There's only 8 of these remaining, so it's really this would make a lovely jacket, wouldn't it? That'd be beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. $43.74 for that. If you want a smaller bundle, we've got that too. There you go. So you've got that beautiful paisley, you've got the hellebores, and then you've got buttercup and baby pink. Helen's message to say, loving the fabrics. The Amazon driver wouldn't appreciate Kaffe. No, but we do. Well, they might do, mightn't they? They might be sewers. Wouldn't it be funny if we answered the door and the driver said, oh, lovely bit of Kaffe there. Is that embroidered shawl? You'd be like, have you got time for a cup of tea? I would. Gorgeous. Right. 10-inch charm. Yes, let's do that. This is 85 and fabulous. And I love the fact, actually, this is a really different selection. Do we have an open one of these, or 85 and fab? Thank you. I want to have a little rifle through these. These are all the 85 and fabulous fabrics in a 10-inch charm, $44.99. You get all of these. There's 40 in the bundle. Really fabulous selection. I'll go through them and show them to you because they are yummy. Absolutely yummy. Don't know what I'd do without Kat this morning, or any morning for that matter. Here we go. Let's open that out. All right. A little bit of a flick. Here we go then. Oh, that's yum. So it's looking like you get 2 of each of some of them. Wow. Oh, love that. I love these sort of dark and moody colourways. This is yum. Absolutely beautiful. An awful lot of these now are sold out by the half metre. This stripe I'm obsessed with. I love it. So useful. If you follow me on Instagram or Facebook, you'll have seen yesterday I posted a quilt, not by me, but by Deputy Joan. Actually, is there any way we can just get that up on screen? Because Joan had used 9, they were Anna Maria Horner fabrics, 9 squares. And I said in the post, this is how you turn 9 10-inch squares into a beautiful wall hanging. And she used a pattern from my book, Simple Shape Stunning Quilts. For, I don't know if it's called Floating Tiles or something like that. But if you are able just to access that, it'd be great to show. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Look at that. So it's like a shadow box. 9 10-inch squares, 1 beautiful quilt. That's Anna Maria Horner, but I'm just thinking, wouldn't that look amazing with this Kaffe? Now, because you only need 9 squares, that means you could make more than 4 of those quilts using this bundle, which is amazing, isn't it? Show the other one. Go on. This is what I do at the weekend. Hiya. Yes, it's me. Hi. For those of you who don't know, so it was my birthday on Friday, and Saturday night we had a murder mystery dinner party. I played a flame-haired pathologist who may have had a murderous streak called Patrick O'Logist or Pathologist. Hello there, I'm Dr. Pat. That was the accent I used all night. If you have any medical conditions you want to talk about, just let me know. I've got my stethoscope handy. But that was me anyway. Loving myself as a redhead, obviously. Beautiful, beautiful fabrics. Stunning, stunning, stunning. You get so many there. All right. Fat quarters, fat quarters. These are 85 and fabulous. And this is a kind of lovely, again, moody fabric tones. This is Kaffe's Classics, and I just love the colourways here. These sort of soft lilacs and pinks with all this grey and black. These are the actual colour fabrics you're getting. Now, at the weekend we had this, and it was an early bird. It was brand new, and we think we should match the price today, so we're going to. Fantastic. $28.99. Look at these. What a beautiful palette to work from. You've got those gorgeous black and white prints as well. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning. Really like that. Yeah, really different. Really different. We've got a couple of other fabrics actually that would tone in really nicely if you needed a bit extra, and I'm just going to grab those now while we're here. Okay, that fat quarter bundle, check this out. This is ending 02. Hello. If you wanted a border fabric to go with, or an alternate fabric to go with, just bring a little pop of colour in there. I would. We're going to go to a break. And when we come back, Sandi Millichip-Massochi will be joining me for the first of 2 fabulous hours, so don't go anywhere.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. It's wonderful to have your company. Fiona's messaged in on through Facebook to say, "Dear Doctor, I have a blockage. My problem is I seem to have sewer's block at the moment. Any ideas?" I have the right prescription for you, Fiona. It's right here standing next to me. It's Sandi Millichip-Massochi.
Good morning, Stuart.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're going to cure anyone's sewer's block this morning.
I am.
This morning we're doing Bargello.
Which is wonderful.
I've always been fascinated by the technique, Sandi. Never did. Can I just say as well, fabulous top. I love. Have you seen it?
Thank
Hello.
you.
Bit of William Morris
Bit
there.
of William Morris. I like a bit of William Morris.
Gorgeous.
Thank you very much.
Fascinated by Bargello, never done it, really need to learn how. Will you teach me?
I will, and it's very easy.
Hurrah! Well, I need easy this morning. And Fiona, if you need a little bit of pepping up, a little bit of sojo enhancement, the doctor is in the house. We've got some great projects. Now, let me start by saying we've got 5 different options of Bargello bag, but I'm just going to grab the bags to show you what we're actually making because I think they're gorgeous and they kind of make it all make sense. So if you've never seen Bargello before, it's this wonderful strip piecing technique. It's super clever. And it's double-sided. You get everything you need to make the tote bag, the pattern, the technique, the fabrics, the lining, you get the lot, okay? That's one version. Here's another cute version. I love that with the Staffordshire dogs on it. Really see that Bargello pattern there. Isn't that cute? Absolutely beautiful. With 5 different options. Let's start with the floral, which I'm loving. Really great for spring, summer. You get the Bargello tote bag pattern first and foremost. So this shows you how to create the Bargello and then how to turn it into a bag. So you get all your instructions. Sandi assures me it's a very easy technique.
It really is.
And then you can use it for the bag, or you could use it for a cushion, a quilt.
Absolutely.
Really easy to use.
Once you've got hang at the pattern, you're away.
Awesome. You get a metre of solid. This is a really soft, lovely, buttery lemon colour. And then you get one of our huge strip panels. Now, Sandi, I'm going to need your help here because this is too big for one person to hold.
And you can make 2 bags out of this.
2 bags for $22.99. Look at this. Come this way. Come this way, you. Come this way. Look at the size of that. So you get a massive strip panel. These are all 2.5 inch wide strips, so you can cut them up or you can use them as they are. Would I need to buy some more lining fabric to make 2 bags?
You could probably get away with it because I used, especially on this one, I used the handles. I use this for the handles, whereas the lining fabric I use for the handles here as well. So I think you'd get away with...
So if you use a mix and match approach, you'll be fine.
So the first one, if you do exactly as a pattern, that's fine. Then the second one, you could mix and match it. You wouldn't necessarily get the same colours on the front and the back. I think we've got different colours, but you could definitely get 2 out of it.
And personally, I have no problem dipping into my stash for a strip here and there either if I can get 2 bags for $22.99 and learn a whole new technique. I love it. Thanks for that, Sandi.
Shall I fold that up for you?
Sorry, say again for me. Half the stock is in basket. Oh, you are good. You are good. Look at, Sandi's doing the folding for me. Don't encourage me because I'm such a messy article.
I've got jobs for you later, so it's okay.
Oh, fair enough. Am I ironing today?
That's right.
Jolly good, jolly good. So that's our first option. That's our beautiful floral bounty version. Right, Staffordshire next. That's this one with those cute Staffordshire dogs. I think that's perfect. I would use that in a heartbeat. Love it.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Have you seen the little teapots on it as well?
It's really
cute.
It's
lovely, isn't it?
So you're getting a metre of this lovely slate blue. That is gorgeous. You've got your pattern, of course. And then you're getting this panel right here, which has got Staffordshire dogs and cats. It's got this gorgeous modern stripe. I adore that.
That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, and it
really
blends
nice
in with the Bargello pattern.
Fabulous. Teapots, little ditzy. That is stunning. Absolutely beautiful. And again, it's that same size panel. They are huge. You get 18 strips and each one is 55 inches in length. Isn't that cool? For $22.99. Enough there to make 2 bags, fully lined, straps the lot, and you're learning a new technique and getting 2 useful projects. That's amazing value.
It really is good value.
Good fun as well.
Really good. I couldn't stop making them. I loved it.
You did say to me before the show, Sandi's made a number of these bags. I'm not going to say how many.
I think I got carried away.
But it's fair to say you've made a few.
Just a few.
Quick and easy.
Yes, a lovely sort of almost an afternoon.
I like that.
You know, and it made beautiful presents for people as
I
well.
love that.
How impressed would somebody be if you gave that tote bag to somebody?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. That would be a beautiful gift. A great way actually to say, come round, let's make a bag each with a friend for $22.99. I'll bring the cakes, you bring the biscuits.
When you come in, that sounds great.
Oh, Sandi, we're absolutely kindred spirits.
We are.
If there's tea and cake, I'm there. Now, next one. Tiger. Tiger, burning bright. Oh, now I'll show you this. I'll open this panel right out. What coordinate comes with that? It's not there. Oh, seeded natural. Okay, let me show you the panel. Would you mind?
Not at all.
Because this is absolutely stunning.
Well, that's
Again,
beautiful.
if you just come this way a little bit for
Yes,
me. Thank
yep.
you. That is absolutely stunning. Look at that. Little pagodas and jungle leaves. You've got the tiger. You've got a beautiful few coordinates there as well. Love that sort of salmon, teal, gold, black colourway. Beautiful. Nice for the beach.
Yes. Put your swimming costume in.
Very
flip-flops,
good.
book,
One of our
and you're
viewers
fine.
went for a swim this morning.
Really?
Outdoors.
Oh.
I think.
That's cold.
She said the water was like a bath, but chilly going to and from.
It was -4.5 when I came in this morning, so it was. I
Sandi,
don't think I
no.
fancy swimming in that.
No, wild swimming? I don't think so. No.
I like
I'm
it to
not
be
there.
warm. I like
I'm
it
not
to be
there
nice
for
and
that.
warm. No.
Me too. But very beautiful. And again, you can get 2 bags using the Bargello technique out of 1 panel, a metre of fabric, plus our exclusive pattern. Awesome! I've got 2 bundles left. Yeah. Vintage notions. So you're getting a metre of seeded natural. Love that. Gives a great vintage vibe. You're getting your pattern, and then you're getting the vintage sewing notions panel. Now, this is a favourite of mine.
I was going to say I like that one.
Do you like this
I
one?
do.
It's lovely, isn't it? Now that I know that you're prepared to fold them, I'm prepared to
you
open them all
up.
out. I'm just a giver. This is lovely though. Look at that.
Beautiful.
That would really lend itself well to Bargello as well, wouldn't
Yes.
it? Because you've got a nice contrast between lights and darks. And of course you're going to mix in that seeded natural too.
It's gorgeous.
It's yummy. That's the bag to take your supplies to your sewing class in.
Craft class bag, definitely.
For sure.
And it's quite a good size.
It's a
bag
really
as well,
good size.
so you could fit a lot in it.
Presumably as well, if you wanted, you could adapt it, make it a bit wider, a bit deeper. Once you've learnt the
Yes,
technique,
once you've learned the technique, you could do, yes.
you could adapt it a
Yes.
little bit.
And I've also shown how you can put a pocket inside. It doesn't say on the pattern, but I'll show you
You'll
today
show
how
us
to pop a pocket in.
Awesome.
So
Thanks, Sandi. Little job for
I like
you.
that one. That's lovely.
Thank you. You are a star. And then the last one that we've got, you get a metre of the white, you get your pattern. This one's called Marmalade. And this is the one actually that the picture on the front of the pattern's made out of. Oh, this is lovely. Oh, that's gorgeous. Now this one you're only going to get 1 bag out of, am I right?
I would have thought so. I
Yeah.
haven't used this one, but I think
Very
this is one of the
lovely
original
though.
ones. Yes.
Yeah, that's gorgeous though. Check that out. That's beautiful. Really stunning. So you're getting kind of like half strips.
If you added a bit of your stash, you could probably get another bag out because you need 6 the fancy panels for each side.
Got you.
So you'd need 12.
Yeah.
So you've still got a couple left over.
Well, you could
so
always
you could
do a
always
plain
add
back as well, couldn't
yes,
you?
Yes.
You haven't got to have Bargello on both sides.
No, do you want me to fold that way?
Oh yes, please. Thank you. We're going to crash that one. Wow, awesome. Thank you. $18.99.
That's a bargain. And the material's so beautiful to
Yeah.
sew with.
Great, great. It is lovely and soft, finely woven, great quality cotton there. Oh, and a nice little price crash. Thank you, Hannah. Right, now if you'd like to get the pattern on its own for Bargello, you can. We'll put the details on screen. It's $9.99. Here are they. You get full instructions for how to make Bargello, demystifying that technique, making it simple, and then how to make it up into a tote bag. But of course you could use it to make cushions instead. You could use it as the basis for a quilt. You could treat each side of the bag as a quilt block,
yes,
couldn't you?
Yeah.
Do a whole quilt using them for $9.99. Susan's messaged in to say, love the bag. It is gorgeous. Kath says, oh, it was indoor swimming. Kath was the one who went swimming.
That's
she
not
says,
too
I'm not
bad
that
then.
brave. Kath, you are a legend. You are that brave. I'm not suggesting you go wild swimming, but just to go swimming. I think you're amazing. Sue says, the bathing bells were in the sea this morning. Stop it.
That makes me feel cold.
We're both shivering here. It's so cold the steam is rising from the sea. Ooh, you're really selling it to me. Thanks. No. If I'm in Australia and it's the summer, then I might. Okay, so we've got all those options. Which is your favourite? We need to learn the technique. Let's do it.
Right. So Bargello is something that I sort of shied away from for a long time because you sort of think, that looks really complicated, where you're sort of cutting bits up, sewing them together, cutting bits up again to sew back together again.
Yeah.
So it does, but once you get the hang of this, it really is so easy.
Okay.
So with this pattern, you need 3 of the strips from your panel, and you need 2 strips the same size from your lining pattern. And you lay them down horizontally, and then just sort of have a good look at them and see what sort of way you want them. Because I made an extra bag, I might not have done quite as put them together in quite the same way. I might have sort of put them a bit separately. But get the pattern you want. So I've got a nice sort of plain one in the middle, and you have to lay it out in this way. So you do a plain colour, then you do 3 of your panel, then another plain, and then 3 of your panel.
And Sandi, have you cut those strips out and then sewn them back together again?
Yes, because you need that 1/4 inch in there. So yes, and also with the panel, you've got sort of like some of the flowers together, then some of the plains together, so you might not want them in that sort of way anyway. And the way it works, we need to sort of sew them together. So you are doing a lot of cutting up and sewing back together again. But that's what quilters do, isn't it?
Yeah, we do. We take perfectly good fabric, cut it
all up,
and then sew it back together again.
And make something beautiful out of it.
We do, every time.
So you literally then have your 8 strips. So you need 8 strips of fabric for it. Then you literally just sew them all together again. So I've sewn some of them together here. And take your time and decide which patterns you want. I cut quite a few out and cut them to the length. Now it gives you quite a good length as well, because when we've cut it, you have got a bit to play around with as well. So don't worry. And then just sort of have a look and really design your pattern.
Yeah.
Now with the directional, they did come the right way for the dogs, but I don't think they did for the teapots. So I either did something wrong, but it doesn't. I mean, when you look at it, it's so sort of fancy anyway that you're not going to look and say, oh, that teapot's upside down.
No.
But all the dogs turned out the right way, which is the ones that you'd look at, I think.
Yeah.
So that's okay.
Again, I wouldn't mind if they weren't, but they do. So it's clever, isn't it? Really like that. Tossed teapots.
Yes.
It's beautiful.
So we're literally just going to sew these strips together with a 1/4 inch seam. So I've got 2 left to do.
Sandi, do you have any tips when you're sewing strips together?
Yes.
Some of us can get a little bit of a bend.
Now with these, because the strips are quite short, you don't.
You don't?
I didn't find I got a bend in it at all. But I think sometimes you can sew one way and then you'd sew the other way. To sort of counteract that. But with this one, I think if you've got big strips, you would definitely need to do that. But with this, I found, and I did do quite a few of them, and I found that I really didn't need to. Make sure you use a small stitch.
Right.
Because you're chopping it up, if you do a larger stitch, it's going to come undone.
Great tip, that. So what stitch length would you use?
I would do between a 1.8 and a 2.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm just going to set this, it's 0.6, isn't it, on here for... and you want to do your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay. Now you're using the Elna 680, so are you using stitch number 6?
I am indeed.
My favourite.
Which is great. So you can literally just sew it along and you know you're going to get the 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
It's a lovely machine, this, isn't it? It's super.
The one that you're demoing with, Sandi's been very popular. I just need to let you know at home, there are only 7 of these kits left. Remember, you get everything in there to make this version of the bag, the pattern, the floral strip panel, and also the metre of that beautiful stuff. What is that colour of solid? It's really pretty.
It's like a clotted cream, isn't
It's
it?
like a clotted cream. It's called vanilla.
Vanilla.
Vanilla. Very nice. Very nice. Like vanilla buttercream, really, isn't it? Now I want a slice of Victoria sandwich.
Oh, did you not bring it in?
I didn't.
So when
to be
you
honest with you, over the weekend I've eaten my
did you
own body
indulge a
weight
bit?
in cake.
Mind you, it's your birthday weekend.
True
Month,
enough.
isn't it? Birthday month.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. So again, when you've sewn the strip on, just set it, and then just press it to one side. As a quilter, I'm a bit controversial. I do like to open my seams out.
Fair enough, yeah.
But with this, because you're cutting it so many times, I got confused with it. So you're sort of trying to do them, and if they're open, they don't always seem to go. So it was best if you do just put it to one side.
Okay.
So again, just press it, don't iron it. So again, that will sort of help with the...
What's the difference, pressing and ironing?
If you're ironing, you tend to rub backwards and forwards. When you're pressing, you need to go in the direction. You can sort of move the iron, but go in the direction of your seam that you're going, and literally just sort of hold it on more than just rubbing it up and down. Because the cotton will stretch a bit.
Yeah.
And you don't want that with all the small strips that you're
No
sewing
way.
together.
We want to keep the seams nice and straight.
Yes. So I'm going to sew the last one on here,
Thank you.
and then we get to the fun part.
Oh, this is fun. I'm enjoying myself. I got a message to read out, and it says, trying to buy the bag in the blue, the blue kit. Can you tell me what it is called, please? Of course I will, Margaret. It is called the Staffordshire Blue. We'll put the details on screen now. Sorry, I'm just fiddling with my earpiece there. It's called Staffordshire Blue. Details are on the screen, $22.99. And this is the lovely finished bag. Fab, isn't it?
I think a lot of people hear sort of like the Bargello quilt and don't know what it is, or look at it and think it looks so complicated.
I know, I've always thought very complex. And I understand the principle, but it's just the sort of, I've never done it, so it's really cool to see it being done.
Well, Wendy Orlando's patterns are super, so she always does it so that you can just follow it so well.
Fab.
They are really lovely. So again,
Oh, is this Wendy? Yeah.
yes.
Fab.
So again, we're just going to set it first. So that just sort of embeds the stitching in a little bit. And then just...
Oh, speak of the devil, Wendy Orlando's messaged it.
Hello, Wendy.
Good morning, all. What a lovely, relaxing morning watching you both. And thank you, Sandy, for your demonstration. You're making it look easy, and it really is once you get your head around it. True enough.
Yes.
Wendy, I miss you. I haven't seen you for ages. Come and do a show with me, please.
Right, now we've sewn all the strips together, turn it over, and we're going to put a line on the top strip, which is your pale strip.
Okay. Why'd you put a line?
You'll see shortly why we put a line in that.
Oh.
So we put a line in that. So it's to know really that that's because you're going to be turning them round. It sounds complicated now, but it's not. So we put the line there so we know where the top
Is that like
bit
to
is.
say this is strip number 1?
Almost. Yes.
Yeah. So we've got a reference point.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me just...
So you've drawn that line down the middle.
Yes, with a fusible pen,
Okay.
heat-resistant pen. Then face to face, so right sides together. So we're making a tube now. So again, just clip it along. And the first time I did it, I thought, oh, I know you've got to unpick it, so I won't do a small stitch on that, so I can unpick it. But you do. So you need to do the small stitch on this and a quarter of an inch, so it's all exactly the same.
Understood.
Yes, because that was one of the things that I'd done at first. I thought, oh, I know I'm going to be unpicking it. I'll just, do a big easy stitch so I can unpick it, but don't.
No.
So stick to the quarter inch and the 1.8.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just going to sew along here. So we've then got our tube.
Oh, Wendy says, I miss you too, Stuart. We must get our diaries together. We're like ships that pass in the night.
She's lovely, isn't she,
I love
Wendy?
Wendy. She's so much fun as well.
I bet she is.
I think we scared her off last time because I think we did 2 or 3 shows together.
Yes.
And afterwards, our big boss, who'd been watching, said, "Could we get you together for 5 hours?"
Oh gosh.
I think you frightened Wendy off. I haven't seen her since.
Oh, bless her. No, she really is fun. It's lovely to watch her.
Who wants to do 5 hours with me, eh?
Oh, I'll do 5 hours.
Would you?
Yes, I would. Yes.
Right then, you say
I
that
love
now.
sewing, so it's great. And it's so relaxing, isn't it? So it's just like
it really is.
sewing with your friends.
Yeah.
So we've got this strip. Now then, this is when we need to start cutting it. So have we got another wool pressing mat at all?
Another wool pressing mat?
If not, I'll just pop this onto the
I've
side.
got another ironing board.
Oh, right, okay.
So you can have something else to iron
yes.
on. I can sort that for you.
Right, so I've put the wool mat here because there's another good way of using your wool mat now. So we need to just trim off and neaten that edge. So as I've said before, we have got plenty of material, so don't worry thinking, oh, I need to go sort of like really low.
Right.
You have got plenty there.
Okay. So you've got wiggle room.
We need to just do that. Now then, we're going to cut it into 9 strips. So you want the largest going down to strip 5, which is the smallest one you're going to do, and then go back up again in the same increments that you've gone down in.
Okay, so you go large to small, and then small to large?
Yes.
Okay.
So
I'm not going to talk to you while you do this because you're counting. Do you do that thing at home when you're knitting and you're counting and you're in your head and then someone walks in the room and talks to you? And I do that over that 37, 38, 13 through gritted teeth. Charlie always knows when I'm counting.
I've got a friend that comes over and we have a knit and bitch section sometimes. So, and all of a sudden we'll say to each other, don't talk. We know we're going to be counting. So that's row 5.
Yeah.
So that's your smallest row.
Yeah.
So you're now going to go, row 6 will be the same as row 4. So you're going to go back up again.
Ah.
Okay.
Oh, so that one in the middle, you don't repeat that one.
No,
you start going
that
bigger
stays,
again.
Yes, that's right. So that's the odd one out, really. Then you start going back up again.
I see.
Now then, just let me check that I did there.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, this looks like a lot of fun.
It really is.
Let me show you. Can I just show you the Vintage Notions panel? Because we've had a couple of people
one.
email in. This is the great thing about live telly. You can just guide us. You get this panel, you get your metre of seeded natural, and you get your pattern, all for $22.99. Now this one's got those gorgeous vintage sewing notions. So it's got old dressmaking patterns, scissors, embroidery scissors and thread. You've got dressmakers mannequins as well, and some really cute little polka dots, which I think are cute. Love the sepia tones in there as well as the greys, so nice and soft. You can get the pattern on its own actually if you want it.
I think that's beautiful.
When you see the panel on its own, it does kind of put into perspective what great value you're getting. Remember here, you're getting instructions, £9.99. You're getting a metre of solid, £8. Yeah, so we're at £18. And then you get your panel, $22.99. On its own, $19.99. What are you paying? £4 for a pattern and a metre of solid? Yes. That's great value. Yeah, you know, even if I really wanted just the panel, I'd have to get the pattern and the metre of solid, because the metre of seeded natural, I could use 100 times over.
And you will use the pattern.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Love it. But if you want to get the panel on its own, you can. The best value is in the bundle, of course. So, so what have you done there?
Right.
This looks like a weird experiment pinned to the table.
Yes, it does, doesn't it? Right, so we've cut the 9 strips, and you don't need to move strip 1, strip 9, and the middle strip.
Okay.
So I just pin those up there, so we know that
so
that's where they
stay. So
stay.
that's our widest strips and our thinnest
strip. And the thinnest strip, the middle strip. Now, strip 2, want to get hold of it and move it down 1. So now that line and your number 2 is 1 down. So then we can take this up here and pin it up here again.
Okay.
Then you get number 3 and we move it down 2.
So that's moving it down from that line, and that's why you drew the line.
That's why you drew the line, and that's why I said you need to do that stitch, the small one, because you'll be unpicking these ones, not all the cream one at the top.
Yeah, of course, that makes sense.
Then the 4th strip, we want to bring down 3.
4? Oh, 3.
3. So we've got none, 1, 2, 3.
Gotcha.
There we go, I can just pin that in the middle there. So you can start to see the V coming down. Then it goes back up to the 5, but you want to start going back up again to meet number 9 now.
Understood, so we're going to move it down 3.
We're going to move this one down 3.
Excuse me. Oh, it makes sense now.
There we go. Then this one we're going to move down 2. And then this one we're just going to move down 1.
And you mentioned unpicking. I suspect this is one time we might actually be quite happy to get our seam ripper out.
Yes.
Love it.
It's the only time that you think, right, I need to do some seam ripping here.
And I'm going to enjoy it.
So this is when I've got to, then you unpick all the top seam. Okay, so leave it as it is. And because it's quite small, it does take a little while.
Okay.
So I'm going to just unpick these. You can unpick one as well if you'd like. Do you want to unpick?
I can unpick for you.
So if you go to I bought an extra seam ripper in for you as well.
Did you?
There you go. So I thought you might want to do it.
So it's this top seam here.
It's the top seam there.
Okay, no problem.
And
so you invite a friend round
and say, would you like to unpick some of my seams?
And I'd be like, oh, I'm really sorry, I've got to go now. But this is fun. I was going to say, do you get the tunics out at this point and say...
Well, I'm gluten-free, so I have to have...
Oh.
I know, I have to have gluten-free cake.
Mind you, you know, I mean, I went round to see the deputy a couple of days ago.
Yes.
And she'd made a diabetic fruit cake. And it was absolutely delicious.
Gluten-free has got so much better, I must admit.
Is that because the products are better, or...?
I think they are, and they're also offering more as well. At one time, I had a friend at primary school that was celiac, and you just didn't hear of anybody being celiac then.
No.
And I remember her mum having to go down to the chemist and buy flour and make her own bread and everything.
Oh, from a chemist?
Yes, yeah, you have to buy it from the chemist.
Is it?
No, you couldn't. Right, so if I put that
do you want another one doing?
Yes, please. There we go.
Thank you.
So if you pin them back up, you know that they're in the right place. You've got the numbers on them as well, so you never change those numbers. It's just the way the strip is.
Okay.
And then I always find that once you pin them as well, you can just sort of check them after you've unpicked them to just make sure you haven't moved them round.
Right, fair enough,
and the beauty of this is, if you have, then just sew that seam back up again.
Yeah.
Go back to the pattern and think, right, which one should this be? Where should this be?
Give yourself a talking to.
Tell yourself off a little bit.
Another one miss.
There we go.
Am I doing good unpicking?
You're doing really well.
Well, it's because I've done so much. Hey, you know what they say? The person that never made a mistake never made anything.
You don't learn anything, though, if you don't make mistakes, do you?
No, you don't. You don't.
And it's better to try than trying to be perfect. Just give it a go.
I agree. Wendy has messaged back in to say she's up for doing a 5-hour.
Oh,
yeah.
Fantastic.
It's like a lock-in, isn't it?
It is.
Love it. Right, that's that one done.
I'd like to do a 5-hour with Wendy as well. That would be fun.
Oh gosh, yeah.
We would have fun.
We definitely have to go and have a lie down in a dark room afterwards.
We need plenty of sugar.
One.
There we go. There we go. There's one more.
Thank you.
Good thing is, as they get smaller, there's not as much to unpick.
Oh, it's nothing, is it? I'm just cutting through every 4th stitch or so.
I timed myself because I thought people are going to get fed up seeing me just sitting here unpicking. I think it took 5 minutes, just under 5 minutes for myself to just unpick all of them. So it's nothing really, is it?
It's nothing.
There we go.
There we go.
So we've got them down.
I'll leave
There's just
those.
this last one
I'm just going to recap the bundles while
Okay.
you do that.
Yep.
So we've 5 different options Floral Bounty has now sold out, so well done if you got that. Staffordshire, we'll do that next. That's the blue Staffordshire mantelpiece. We've only got 4 of these left. They're in baskets and plenty more besides, but you do need to check out. So you get your Staffordshire dogs and cats, your florals, your teapots, your little stripes, it's beautiful. You get that panel, massive panel. You get your metre of this beautiful slaty blue, and then you also get your full pattern for £22.99. Now, just to put it into context, the panel on its own would be £19.99. The pattern on its own is £9.99. We're already almost £30, and then you've got a metre of solid as well. This is phenomenal value. And I think actually, even if you're not going to make the Bargello tote bag, although why wouldn't you, just to get all of these individual elements, amazing value. Vintage Notions has been very, very popular. I think this is a great all-rounder. You get your panel, got single figures, 5 not checked out. You get your panel, you get your metre of seeded natural, which is it's a real staple for me, seeded natural. And then you also get, come back you also get your pattern for the Bargello tote. If you want to get the panel on its own, you absolutely can. It's £19.99. You might want it for something completely different.
You can make a bag and a cushion to go in your sewing room or something like that with it.
Yeah, that'd be lovely.
I
just think because you're getting a metre of seeded natural in the bundle, I'd want that. But that is about to sell out.
Sorry, you could put the plain on the back, so if you just wanted a panel on the front, then you could do a plain bit on the back.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice. This recipe that you're doing is for one side of the bag, isn't it?
Just one side, so you have to do 2 of these.
Yeah. Okay, Tiger next. Tiger. You get a metre of seeded natural again, am I right? A metre of seeded natural, you get your pattern, and then you get this gorgeous panel. Now I'm just going to open it up on the desk for a second so I can show you all of the lovely designs. The colours are beautiful too. I want this for a summer beach, going to the park, taking my lunch out bag.
If you did a bag and then put a plain bit on the back, you could make a sarong out of the other bit, couldn't you?
Wow, I like it. David Beckham wore a sarong, didn't he?
Yes.
Absolutely lovely. So you've got the tie, it's stuck with me. Well, it was the first bit of sort of stepping out of the norm that, you know, especially for somebody like David Beckham
you
to
look quite
do.
Good in it as well.
It was quite a game changer. You look lovely in it.
You did.
You've got all the tigers, the pagodas, the jungle leaves there as well in various different colourways. Love this. Love the expression on the tiger's face there. This is the tiger with the hump, isn't it? This one here. This one. It's like not talking to you. Don't speak to me. Cats do that all the time, don't they? And then you've got the pagodas. You've got the individual. You've got this beautiful set of strips here. Love that. And then look at these gorgeous coordinating colours at the bottom. The teal, the coral and the black. That's absolutely yummy. Oh, Fiona's message. Stuart, I've got a question for you. I love it. Are you going to be at the Malvern Quilt Show in May? Do you know, Fiona? I think I am. As a visitor, but yeah, I think I am. I haven't been for years. I think I've got a bit of free time in May, so let's make it a date. Are you going?
I am going to go, yes. I've never been to the Malvern one, so I'm going to go. I like Malvern though, it's a lovely place.
Oh, it's lovely, really nice. Now, we've got another one with a price crash, because it is a smaller panel. I mean, you've got plenty there to make one Bargello cushion, one Bargello tote bag. But as Sandy said, if you dipped into your stash, you could pick a few colours that maybe a bit of white, a bit of teal maybe, or grey, and you could still make 2. So you get your panel. I just love that. You're only paying $18.99 for this one. So you get that. You still get the full metre of white solid. So plenty of white solid there. And you get your pattern as well for $18.99. I think that's lovely, and it's got a lovely modern feel to it as well. It's a little bit Orla.
I was just going to say it's a bit Keith Orla, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. Now, if you want the pattern on its own, you can get the pattern on its own. It's from Wendy Orlando. We love our Wendy. And she does great patterns. And I love with Wendy's patterns, you always learn a new technique that you can take in so many different directions. Learn the technique, make the bag, and then take it further. I mean, that could be a quilt block with the sashing around it.
I was just going to say that,
Make
yes.
a lovely lap quilt out of that. I mean, I know some people make king-size quilts using the technique, but that might feel like a bit of a job to keep all those strips in order. But this, very, very manageable. Very manageable. It's gorgeous. So much value in there as well. Learn a new technique, make a new project. $9.99. Okay, how are you getting on sewing your strips?
I'll show you where we've got up to. So I've jumped ahead a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we had them all folded up. Oops, clips everywhere. We had them all folded up, so you just pull it down.
Okay.
Now I think you'll find if it's directional, they'll then be upside down, so you can sew them like this and then just turn your block for whichever way you want to. So then literally we're just going to sew these together. So try and make sure your seams sew up. So you take, I'll take this one here and then just put it together. I always sort of start middling-ish and sort of line one up here and then go backwards and the other way.
Got you.
Rather than trying to make them all match coming down.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can be a little bit out because you've sewn them, you've cut them, you're putting them, moved them round. But these should sort of line up quite well.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
There we go. So just pin them all together. And I always use a clip here because I find that a clip, it's just better on those seams.
Okay, fair enough.
And then you can sort of fold it back and sort of see if you're right. Whereas with a pin, sometimes you don't quite get all of that seam together because sometimes, especially with sort of like the ironing of it, you'll have some going some way, some going the other. So just make sure they're all sort of nested quite well.
Yeah, definitely worth giving a try, that.
And then sew that together and then just keep going along.
Oh,
and
keep sewing.
Well, I've got one here that I've done.
Oh.
So we can,
Perfect.
rather than keep sewing those.
Oh, great.
So, because you literally just keep sewing those along, but keep checking it. So that's why I keep them on the board. So you know these are in the right pattern. So when you're going along here, you'll think, right, okay, that's going up, yes. So you sort of make sure you check, and then you know that the fifth one, you've got another one at the bottom here.
Got you.
And then you'll go down to here. Okay?
That is an easy technique.
Excuse me.
Oh, we're both at it today, aren't we?
There was something in the air today, wasn't there? So
that was much more delicate than mine earlier on.
So I'll take those off.
Does it sound weird if I say just occasionally a sneeze is actually quite satisfying? Is that weird to say that, Sandy?
No.
But I can say it because it's just the two of us here.
There's nobody else watching.
Sorry.
Right. So how easy is that?
I know, really easy.
Do you fancy giving that a go now?
Yeah, I do, actually. I really do.
And
so
then,
this is the panel now. You've sewn everything together.
So we've sewn everything together, and those are your panels. So we've got two panels, so you have to do another one, and then you've got the two. And then I just sort of trimmed it up. So really, because there's no size to it, you can make it whatever size you want. So I just sort of trimmed it up neatly to just make it, it's a bit of an oblong, I suppose, now. And then you want to try and make sure that your seams are matching up at the sides if you can. So when you've trimmed one up, when you trim the next one up, just sort of make sure those little seams are right if you can. If you can't, it doesn't matter, nobody's going to look at the side of your bag. But if you can, you know it's there.
Oh, I don't know if I agree with that, Sandy. I don't know if Sandy, I don't know if you heard Sandy say, oh, no one's going to look at the side of your bag. First thing I did when I got these bags was to look, and they do match up. Relax, Sandy, they do. Bless you. But I mean,
I saw you look at them and I thought it's a good job.
Makers do look, don't they? You know, it's like if there's a quilt, I'm looking at the back.
Oh, I know. But if you've got it over your shoulder, nobody's going to see it too much. Apart from maybe the one strip down the side.
I don't mean it in like a quilt police kind of way. I'm just always curious to see how, you know, I'm just looking.
It's nice, and I think sometimes you want to get them to match up. So you get them to match as much as you can, and you will get them to match within a millimetre of each other anyway. So that's the front and the back done. Then next we've got the handles. So I've cut the 2 handles out and I've made one, so I'll make the other one now.
Okay.
Again, this is out of the lining material, but with the first one I made with this one, you can see I used some of the panel. So I just cut out whatever size you want. So again, you can make it a long handle, you can make it a shorter handle.
Yes.
I think with this one I've just made it a little bit shorter. Some of them you've got a nice long strap. Some you like them just a little bit higher, don't you, as well? Or
Agreed.
You could even make it very long and put it over as a body strap if you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason why, if you'd got them, you could put a couple of little D-rings and lobster clips, couldn't you?
So there's lots of things you can do with the handles as well. You could also, if you wanted to interface it slightly, you could put a little bit of wadding in there just to make it nice and soft, these handles.
I like what you did actually using the strip panel to create the shoulder strap. I thought that was fun.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, really nice.
And then
really
you've got a different colour on each side as well, so you can decide which one you want to do. So when you've got your strip, just fold it in half and give it a good press down the middle.
Now, just need to let you know that Tiger Kit sold out. Staffordshire Dogs sold out. Vintage Notions, Vintage Florals. The only option that we've got left now is either pattern on its own or Marmelada. We've got 4 of the marmalade left, 4, and you've got a price crash because it's a slightly smaller panel.
Yes.
You've still got plenty there to make one bag, and actually if you squeeze a little bit of
your own
stash in
stash,
there,
you would get 2 out of that.
honestly, Sandy, I've got so many fabrics in my stash that I could chuck in to mix with that. Even if we just put a few extra solids. More in baskets than we've got.
And if you've got a few jelly rolls left from a project, you know, a few of the strips of those, that would match up with it.
Of course it would. The pattern on its own has been super, super popular. We've got just a few left. If you want to get the pattern on its own, details are on screen right there, $9.99. Remember, you're learning a technique as well as getting a great pattern for a project. I love that. I love the fact that you can make the project, but you've actually learned something new. And you could use that in so many different ways. So many different ways.
You could alter the pattern slightly as well. As I say, I'm going to show you putting a pocket inside it.
Oh yes, please.
So with this one, I've literally just sewn it inside, opened it out, folded the middles in. Never do it quite to the middle because then you tend to get a lump when you fold it again. So I try and do it as close as you can to the middle, then fold it over. And then with this one, just sew all the way around it, like this one. Then for the pocket, oh sorry, that's the one I'm in the middle of doing. Where's my pocket? Here we go. So I got some of the panel, just left it like it is. You could take it and done, you know, you could sort of cut it up, sew it up. You could put that on a piece of backing and then do some fancy stitches down it so it looks like you've sewn it together.
Oh yeah, cute.
So there's lots of things you can do. I just left it plain. I'm going to put a piece of material over the top.
So that's not quite the same size, is it?
No, it's not. Because I'm going to just have a little border, but on the inside of the pocket.
Oh, cute.
So I'm going to, because I thought it looks quite nice when you sort of open your pocket, you've got a little sort of like a binding inside.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Now this is a little hack that Sandy's come up with for the pattern. So the instructions to make this pocket aren't in the instructions, but you're watching the show now. So Sandy's teaching us how. So you've done the same width of the pocket, but is that like an inch deeper on the stripes?
Yes, just about an inch.
Just 1 inch deeper.
So then fold it up. So then you've got a nice little sort of, just little binding on the, and it is on the, you could use the plain on the outside and have a little binding down, or you could do the fancy, but
so
when you look into it.
You've still got right sides together.
Still got right sides
You've
together.
matched up the bottom.
And I'm now going to just sew down and across, leave a bit of a gap here. So if I put a pin in there, so I know I'm going to leave a gap.
To remind you, I always need to remind myself.
Do you do that? Sew it round and think, where's my gap?
Yeah.
Seam ripper again. So
every
you just,
time.
Yes.
I put double pins if I need to leave a gap, and that's my little signal to myself.
Or I'll put a little mark with a pen as well sometimes.
Yeah.
Now the pocket can be any size you want, because obviously, that's stitched down, yes. It's yours, because it's not in the pattern. So if you wanted it to go all the way across, you can make it go all the way across.
And then presumably you just
one,
need to sew across the bottom.
Yes.
Leave the sides open and turn it through one of the sides.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But I always find if I've got a tote bag, you throw your phone in it, you throw your keys in it, and then you think, where are they? And they're always in the bottom of your bag somewhere. And it's quite a good deep bag as well, but I'm always sort of fishing around in the bottom. So I find that if I built just a small pocket in it, and I know that that's for my keys and my phone, because I'm always lost my phone.
Is that what would be in the pocket, Sandy? I'm curious to know.
Yes. And maybe a chocolate bar as
well.
I
was going to say, wouldn't there be like a little Murray mint in mine, I think?
Like Murray mints. What else would you put in yours? Or would it be just Murray mints?
Cola cubes.
Oh, cola cubes. Maybe some nice chewy mints as well. I like the chewy mints.
Oh, chewy mint.
Can't beat a good chewy mint. Because the chocolate bar can get a bit soggy if you've left it in there for a while, can't it? So
they never hang around long enough with me, so I've never had a chocolate bar go soggy.
Now that I'm just going to trim the corners off there at the bottom, because it makes it easier to turn out.
Okay.
There we go.
Marmalade bundle now sold out. The only way to get involved now is pattern alone. And we don't have very many of those left. It's been a very, very busy show. Well done if you managed to get your bundle or your pattern. We've got 10 patterns left.
You're going to have such fun doing this.
You are, aren't you?
I just found it a fun and quite relaxing
for sure
way to do, because when you sort of look at it, you think, oh, that's going to be complicated, and it isn't.
No.
As long as you sort of number those strips, make sure you sort of pin them, as I say, pin them on a board. I like to be quite organised, so if you pin them on a board, you know you're not going to go wrong. Keep looking at them to check, and you know where the plain ones are going to be, so just keep checking that pattern. And every time you've sewn one, sort of go back and have a look, because there's a few times I sort of had sewn one and thought, have I done that wrong? And then went back to the board. No, I haven't. It's fine. So we've turned that the right way.
Very cute.
I'm just going to give that a little press. And it just gives you a nice little
That's very neat.
Binding on the
so that's
side.
at the top.
That's at the top.
And you've just tucked in the open raw edges.
I have, and I'm going
it.
to sew that when I sew the bag on. So I'm just going to do, I should have done a larger stitch here, but I'm just going to do a stitch along the top just to hold this down.
Okay, bit of top stitching.
Now it is quite small because I've still got it on the quilting one, so I would turn that to a 3.
Yeah.
And you could also put a fancy stitch along there. I like using my fancy stitches.
Oh yeah. Well, talking of fancy stitches, Sandy, 11 o'clock.
I'm going to have the embroidery machine. My favourite, I love it.
Some machine embroidery, some hand embroidery. You've really added some extra embellishment. We don't have any embroidery machines in stock, actually, not until the 1st of March.
Put that in your diary.
Oh, birthday week, so about the 20th of Feb.
So put it in your diary.
Put it in your diaries.
So you cut out the 2 lining pieces just to match your front pieces. So just lay it on and cut it out. So it doesn't matter what size the front pieces are, you then cut the lining pieces. So before you sew those together, I want to just pop the bag on it. Am I all right for time?
You certainly are.
There we go. So just pin that on, and that's where I've ironed the fold at the bottom where you opened it, and you'll now close it when you sew it onto your lining.
So you don't have to just start stitching it or any of that shenanigans?
Not with the pocket, no, because then you can keep it closed and as you sew across it. So I'm just going to literally sew this down here. As I say,
I love the fact that you've added a little pocket. It's a great hack. It's not in the pattern itself, but it's a great little addition, isn't it?
And it's so easy to do, and you've got enough material to do it as well.
Yes.
And it just elevates your bag a little bit, doesn't it?
Oh, everyone loves a pocket. Everyone loves a pocket. And one of the things actually I saw once at one of my workshops, which I thought was a brilliant idea, one of my students was putting in what she called a key keeper into a bag. So it was literally just one little narrow strip, like the handle, but much, much narrower. folded in, and then a little lobster clip, or I always call them a dog lead clip, on there that she then inserted into one of the side seams of the lining near the top. And then all she did was she would clip her keys onto that so that her keys were always clipped. I thought that was a super idea.
I was going to put one on here actually.
Oh,
yes. And then
have you got the stuff with you?
I haven't, no,
unfortunately. But it's a great idea, right?
Yes, because with your little bits that you've got left, you can always, you just sew it together. Then you could sort of sew either side and turn it inside out, or do it the same as your handle. And literally then you could put it onto the side of the pocket as well. So when you're doing the top stitch on the pocket, just fold that in and pop it on the side, and then you've got your little lobster clip on the side of it, and you've got a key fob on
clever,
there.
Isn't it?
Very clever.
Yeah, I like that. It's those little things. This is why I think it's so important to get out there, get to shows, join us on Sewing Street, go along to a class or a workshop, or even just, you know, sitting with friends and sharing your craft, because every single person, even if you've just started sewing or making, you have your own ideas, you have your own little techniques.
And I love going to classes because you pick up so much. I don't think you can ever stop, or you should never stop learning.
No.
As much as I've been sewing since I was about 5, so, and
20 years?
Just over 20
awesome.
years. I love you, Stuart. Just over 20 years, yes.
Where's your lovely husband today? Because he's normally here with you.
He's at work.
Boo, boring.
So he might be watching because he's there with all the nurses, so he said he might try and put it on and show them.
Oh.
So if you're, hi everybody at the Nuffield Health in the Vale.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Morning, everybody.
Yes. So they may watch it, because I told him he's got to go on and buy some panels for me. So.
Of course, of course.
So now you want to put, excuse me, the handle. So you'd measure an even amount from either side for what you wanted to put on.
Water. We'll get you some water.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we can get you some water, no problem.
And then I would sew that on, just so that it's quite sturdy. And you don't want to be having the clips there when you're trying to sew the next bit on. So I normally sew straight across and just once.
Yeah.
And just do it slightly under 1/4 of an inch, so that then the stitches aren't going to show when you do the next
we don't have to
stage.
unpick these later.
And another little tip I always tend to do, I don't know, when you're sewing bags together, how many times have you got the handle caught in the seams?
Oh.
So what I do is don't stretch the handle, but make sure it stays away from the seam, and then go from the back and put a pin in it. So if I don't have time to do it, I'll tell you why, because when you're debagging it all and pulling it out, the pin then is on the outside, so you can just take that pin off before you turn it inside out.
Clever.
And then you're not sort of trying to bring the pin through and catch your fingers.
That's
and
such a good
end
tip.
up. So I always just put a little piece on there. So then when you've got the panel, you do this on both sides. So you put them face down. So I've got my bag.
Can I throw in my top tip here?
Oh, yes, please
just
do.
Before,
oh, there we go.
I was just about to say, just before you sew around, I always like to just go in and make sure you can get your hand in the pocket. If the opening's down there, Sandy.
But the good thing is, though, it's slightly, it's not a square. So
but I've done it myself so many times.
And you open it and you think, oh, that's a nice
my
side
bag.
pocket.
Side pocket, I love it.
So
it's nice to know, isn't it, that you're not the only one. If you've ever thought to yourself, am I the only person that's ever done this? No.
And the tips that we often give you are because we've done them wrong so many times
10
yourself.
times over, for sure.
So if you just put some clips along the top here and sew this together.
Donna says, I always put clips in the side of my bag. They're so useful, absolutely. Sue says, good morning, gang. I like that, gang.
Hi,
Stuart
Sue.
And Sandy, will you be at the sewing show at the NEC in March, Sewing for Pleasure? Love, Sue. I hope so. I haven't seen when I'm working in March yet, but I'm hoping so. I want to. Are you going to be at Sewing for Pleasure, Sandy?
I haven't got it down in my diary yet, but it's something that I may be able to drag Andrew along to. So.
It's a lovely show, though. And there's paper crafting as well, so you can go and have a little...
Do you do paper crafting?
I can't trust myself too, Sandy.
See, half my sewing room's got material in, the other half's got paper in.
But I have to get a minimum of 5 hours sleep a night, and I think if I do paper crafting, that'll be it then.
You don't need 5 hours.
You really
I'm
do.
sure you can manage on
a bit.
3.5. So we've sewn that on, and then you just need to press this. And if you are using a wool mat, don't put it on a Formica top and sew with and iron with a steam iron.
Because
it bubbles all your desk.
Tell me how you know. Tell me how you know.
I did it the other day. I was being really good. I had my mat there, I had all my bears out, and I had the steam iron on, I was putting it on. Then I suddenly thought, because it gets damp because it's wool, so I sort of always wipe it underneath. I went to wipe it and all my desk has got bubbles on it.
Oh.
It's a good excuse for buying a new sewing desk.
I think so.
There we go. So that's just a little tip. Wool mats are amazing, but don't put it just straight onto. Use it on an ironing board or something like that. So I won't sew the other one, but you do exactly the same, and then you just sew around.
And leave a gap.
Leave a gap. Now, in a tote bag, I leave a gap at the side.
Why?
Because you normally chuck a lot of stuff in a tote bag, so and they're quite deep, so you've got a lot of things in it. And I find that opening, I like to hand stitch my opening, so I don't feel that's as strong as if it's sewn on the sewing machine. Right. So if you do it at the side, you don't see it as much because you tend to look down your bag. You can't catch it on anything where you've done it, and so I tend to just pop it at the side of the bag.
It's another top tip from Sandi Millichip-Massochi.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant demo. You've completely demystified Bargello, and thank you, Wendy Orlando, for another amazing pattern as well. Love it, love it, love it. I'm going to see you in an hour.
You are.
With the gorgeous wildflower cushions, so beautiful. We'll get a real close look at those at 11 o'clock. Right, now the only thing that's remaining in this show is the pattern. We've got a handful left, $9.99. We've got 20 that aren't checked out. They're sitting in baskets. Check out your baskets, please. Check out your baskets. $9.99 for that. All right, we are going to go to a break. When we come back, we have got a full hour of panels, so many different options, some gorgeous projects, some brilliant bargains. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you after this.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, Then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard and this is a panel hour. Now we've got some amazing panels inside, including 4 brand new panels that we've got from Lewis and Irene. But I just want to quickly mention before we go any further, in the last hour we had amazing Bargello quilting from Wendy Orlando. We've got some of the Floral Bounty panels on their own. I'm just going to grab that just to remind you. If you've got the instructions or you were busily writing them down, you've got your panel here for your Floral Bounty. It's $19.99. It is huge. You want to mix in a solid with this when you do your Bargello, just to create a bit of contrast. But if you're using it for something else, well, use it just as it is. It's a beautiful panel. We don't have many of them, but it was the first panel kit to sell out in the last hour. You can get the instructions on their own for $9.99. You can get the panel on its own as well. Those details are on screen too. So just wanted to mention that. And the other strip panel that we've got, just to mention, that you might like is Vintage Royal Family. You might be thinking about making a project for the coronation that's coming up. Maybe a little bag. This is the vintage panel, royal vintage, 18 strips, lots of variety there, and has quite a strong masculine feel. I rather like that. Isn't that gorgeous? So again, you could get that strip panel plus your Bargello tote bag instructions You could do coronation bunting, that would be really nice. Long, deep bunting, pink the edges. You can use it for all sorts. Really nice. Looking forward to those street parties in the summer for the coronation of King Charles. Right, I'll pop that to one side. Let's get cracking with some brand new. Now, please may we start with the Japanese, because I'm in love with this. I'm absolutely in love with this. This is from Lewis and Irene. I spotted this, I think it was back in September when we were looking at the fabrics that were coming up, and I said, please, please get that. Let me show you this. I'm going to hold it up first of all so you can see all four. Hasn't that got me written all over it? Look at that. Deputy Joan, if you're watching, please buy one for me. I'll give you the money back. Brilliant. Look at this. So you get 2 circular panels. These are perfect for making into a quilt, but they'd be perfect for making cushions as well. It's called Shirin Yoku. You've got your circle. You've got a second one up top here. Okay, they are different colourways. And then you've got your hexagons. So you've got one here, and then you've got one here. Now, I'm just going to grab a tape measure so I can tell you size-wise. Now, don't expect, whenever you buy panels, I never expect them to be, you know, a nice even 18.5 inches. So I can only give you kind of like a rough. So it's a shade under 17 inches each panel, each square. Go on, tell me what Shirin Yoku means. Okay, Shirin Yoku means making contact with and taking in the atmosphere of a forest. How poetic. That is beautiful. I love that. I absolutely adore the colours in this. They're those sort of lovely taupes, soft, gentle blues, really stunning. You could make the most amazing 4-block quilt. You have got some fabric running down the middle. It's lovely, isn't it? Oh, Penny says, me too, Stuart. Love this panel. It's gorgeous. It's so got me written all over it. It's about to sell out. I'm not surprised. Can I sneeze on this one and keep it, please? Achoo. No, don't do that. It's not even believable, is it? Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Oh, I love it. Right. Puffins. Now, was it about 2 weeks ago? Jenny Jackson had... We'll love a puffin. She had her English paper piece. This is another panel from Lewis and Irene. This is so good. I'm going to hold it up again because I want you to see the whole thing. Look at this. Puffins are such beautiful birds, aren't they? Look, baby puffins. Come on. It's a baby puffin. So again, you get 2 circular designs and 2 square. So the circular ones, here we go. Now this, I'm sensing a bit of romance going on here. No, I think this is the boy and this is the girl. Or is that a baby because it's grey? Oh, maybe, yeah, fair enough. Okay. I just saw little eyelashes, you know. I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's really cute. Again, you could make it into a cushion. You could use it in a quilt or a wall hanging. It'd be lovely for a bag too, wouldn't it? Beautiful. Here's your other circular design. Someone's getting white bait for dinner. Little sardine maybe. And then you've got, this is gorgeous. You get all of your kind of florals down the bottom. I love the fact that you've got your sea holly and thistles and just beautiful blooms there with a square frame. And then your second square frame, again, another different image. There we go. Now I do see that that is a baby, so I'll give you that one. Love the palette too. It's really lovely, isn't it? Those sort of very cool, soft grey blues, and then you've got this punch of colour. It does work with the Highland collection. I'm thinking of the Highland cow. Yeah, Isles of Skye. It's that fresh Scottish air and light, isn't it? Beautiful. And £13.99 for that panel is a steal. It's an absolute steal. You've got so much fun in that panel. Loads of different makes, loads of opportunity to add quilting, embroidery. Listen, if you want to get good at free motion quilting, panels are a brilliant tool for practicing your free motion quilting, because quilting around these shapes, and take quite a relaxed approach to it. It doesn't have to be exact, it doesn't have to be precise. Add some texture, like here in the water. You know, yes, I know you could put a walking foot on and really carefully follow the line, but use your darning foot and just go gently back and forth to create extra texture. Don't follow the lines, but just have them there as a guide. Go around the shape and free motion. Don't turn your work. You can free motion stitch in any direction. They are a brilliant way to practice free motion quilting. I think those are lovely, really lovely. Very, very busy for that. Literally 13 of those in baskets, but we've got, how many have we got? We've 8 left. We've 8 left. Lots of you multi-buying that. Tracy's got in touch from Kent saying, "Hi Stuart, I hope you had a great birthday. Just love it when you're presenting." Thank you so much, Tracy. I really appreciate that. I enjoy it very much too. Very much. Now, I got 2 panels here. They're both from Riley Blake. I just want to show you, look, same design, 2 different shades of blue. You've got your deeper, warmer sort of Copen blue, and then you've got this Wedgwood blue. Let's start with Wedgwood, shall we? That's stunning. And again, I think this Wedgwoody blue is just right for spring. Oh, now trust me when I say these are going to fly. So if you love this, I would check out so quickly. You get 8 of these. I'm going to hold this up so you can see the whole thing. That is absolutely stunning. Stunning. And actually, I really love the fact on this one that it isn't delineated as 8 squares with lines. Do you know what I mean? So for example, if you wanted to create almost like a bell pull, yeah, like a long this, you could just cut that down the middle, maybe just quilt this and bind it, or you could add a little border if you wanted to. You could do it. You could do it. And that would be stunning. I'll tell you something else I would do with the panel like this, because there's no border around it. I would do some reverse applique. I would grab perhaps either the white, or I would grab maybe that lovely warm blue. I would reverse applique a circle. So I would actually have like a circular frame around it, so that this was like a darker blue perhaps, or a white, and you'd got a circle window into that. That's really stunning, isn't it? Really stunning. You could get 2 of those long bell pulls out of 1 panel for £9.99. Amazing. Or you could do 8 quilt blocks, and then you could do, say, 7 alternate blocks, maybe like single or a double Irish chain, and then you could put this together just using tone on tones, and these as your alternate blocks. That would be stunning. So easy to use a panel like this. Easy and amazing results. Love that in the Wedgwood blue. It's called Sunshine and Dewdrops in Sky. That was a revelation opening that panel up. I wasn't expecting those beautiful images. So we've also got it in the darker blue. A quarter of the stock of this is already gone. And I'll show you this one. Again, I'll just hold it up for a second so you can see all of the images together. Isn't that lovely? Really beautiful. And again, same things. You could use, 8 cushions. You could use each one as an individual image. Cut it out, add a couple of borders. quilt it, make it up into a cushion. It would also make really beautiful placemats, wouldn't they? Just to let you know, the puffin panel and the Japanese panel both sold out. Well done if you got yours. What about sashiko? Adding some sashiko? That would be yummy. That would be yummy. I was just going to say, one thing I'd really like to do with this is I would cut out this as a square. I would cut out 2 semicircles, okay, of fabric, maybe a pattern, a stripe would be nice with the stripe going this way, to add 1 this end, 1 this end to create a long oval, layer it, quilt it, bias binding around the outside and do 8 oval placemats. Wouldn't that be stunning? Beautiful, beautiful. That has really inspired me. And for $9.99, you could get both panels. Now you've got 16 images, 4 rows of 4, alternating the sky and the blue. Main focus of a quilt for less than £20. Add a few solids. That is brilliant. I love it. Really apologise, I've muddled bags up here. I've got a spare bag. That's a bad sign. Now, more panels. We've loads of panels. We've got the Mendy panel. Now I'll show you the finished bag first of all. So this is the Mendy bag. I was inspired by Mendy, which is that traditional henna decoration on hands and feet at Indian weddings, which I think is so beautiful. And I'm also really inspired by things like Zentangle, Sanntangle, doodling. And I wanted to create a black and white panel for a bag that would look awesome as a black and white bag, but that also had the option of being able to be coloured in, dyed, tie-dyed, crayoned, you name it. And so I came up with the Mendy bag panel. So what you've got here, it's fun, isn't it? And it's fully lined, and you get all of the fabric to create your lock, your full lining. It's like baby's block, tumbling blocks lining, which you could colour in as well if you wanted, or you could tie-dye or space dye. You get all of your straps as well. So I'll show you the panel. Now you get full instructions for making up the panel printed on it. So you're getting pattern and fabric and lining. You don't have to buy anything else. So you have all of your panels that you're going to use for your front of your bag, your back of your bag. These are all printed out here. And you can move those around. You can swap those around if you want to. You can add some plain fabric in if you wish. Now you also get this big section over here of narrow black and white stripe, and you're going to use this to create these little inserts, and I just think they really help to define the pattern. You could also choose your favorite color, say hot pink or bright orange or lime green, and you could do like a little folded flange down either side, so just have a little pop of color if you wanted. And then you've got your shoulder straps. You've got all of your lining pieces, your tabs, the lot, and then full instructions printed. And the instructions, look, go right across the bottom of the panel. So, you know, I didn't want you to have to buy an extra pattern. It's all there. Now, if you wanted to colour this in and add some personalisation, my goodness me, I had that in mind. So you could use something like these textile markers. Now we used these on the launch show when we did it, and my lovely friend Pauline Wheeler was kind enough to colour in one of the panels, and she did an amazing job. With these textile markers, you can, they're colour fast. You can wash them at 40 degrees. You get a thick end and a thin end, so you can do broad strokes, fine strokes. Really gorgeous, vibrant colour there. The price is amazing, £13.99. That's awesome. I was expecting them to be about £39, something like that. You could also use things like Markle sticks. You could use Inktense pencils and aloe gel or Inktense pencils with water to create more of a water washed effect. You could tie-dye the panel, you could space dye it, ice dye it. There's so many things you could do. And I would do those to the panel first and then make it up into a panel. Now, the only other thing that I did with this panel, just to add a little bit of extra va-va-voom to it, was I added a covered button and a little strap there. I mean, it has already got a little lock in there, but I added a button as well. Oh, Sandra from Santangled's got in touch. Love this bag, Stuart. You could colour and tangle it. Oh yes, oh yes. That would be great fun, wouldn't it? I'll get you a panel, Sandra. You must do it, you must do it. But I also added these little ties at the side, and again, you get the instructions for that. So these are just long strips. They're just inserted into the side seams, so that then you can either have the bag as a sort of, let me move that out of the way, as a wide profile, or you can tie them up. And I couldn't resist putting a little bit of colour there on these large wooden beads, just to add a little pop. But you could keep it monochromatic if you prefer. You could put magnets in there if you prefer. But that's my little Mendy bag. Loads and loads of you coming through for that. Enjoy it. Okay, we'll try and find the original demo dates, but it's a really easy bag to make. And actually, if you've got my strippity-doodah bag pattern, it follows a very similar pattern. Or if you've got Bags for Life, it uses a similar construction method. So, you know, it's all there. Right. Let's talk Bosal in our form. This is a product I asked for this show simply because, thank you, Kat, simply because if Bosal ever stopped making this, I think I might have to retire because I love it. And I use it so much. If you bought my rainbow bag panel, messenger bag panel last week, you'll have needed some in our form single-sided fusible. We've got it on the show. It's $11.99, and that's for a ½ metre piece. It's really wide. If I hold this up and show you just how wide it is, I think it's maybe 55. I'll check. It's 147 inches. Which is 58 inches. Yeah, call it 58 inches. And you get ½ metre. So that's plenty to make something like the Mendy bag. Plenty. You do need it for the Mendy bag. You want that structure. It's the same with the strippity-doodah. You want that structure. You want it to sort of keep its shape rather than to sort of flop down. You wouldn't get the same effect using something like H640 or quilt batting. It would be much softer and floppier. If you've never used in our form before, it is super easy to sew. You can use your regular foot, you can use a walking foot. If I'm quilting it, I will use a walking foot. But if I'm just sewing the bag together, I use my regular foot. It's fusible on one side. And you can see that side, it's slightly shiny, sparkly, and it feels slightly textured. The other side, the non-fusible, is very smooth, almost felty in feel. And very, very easy to use. When you're fusing this to your fabric, use minimal heat. Don't use steam, you don't need to. Just use minimal heat just to adhere the layers together. I think it looks best when you add quilting. And because it's a slightly thicker foam and it's got really good loft to it, if you do quilt it, my goodness me, your quilting will really pop. Something like a crosshatch looks amazing. Looks very Chanel if you crosshatch. Don't worry, by the way, if you've already checked out your panels and now you're thinking, oh, actually, I do need some Bosal, you won't pay any more postage and packing. It's $3.95 all day. Really recommend you get this, and I recommend you multi-buy in our form because it's the kind of thing that everything's going well, you're having a great old time making, and then suddenly you run out. I never, ever want to run out of in our form. You stock up on. And also as well, it's the kind of thing that if maybe you've made something like the Bargello tote bag, now that's lovely with no interfacing, nothing inside, but you can also make that in our form inside for a much more structured bag. It's great for baskets, it's great for boxes, circular kind of tumbler shapes, really nice. I also sometimes use it on cushions as well. So if you want a really strongly quilted and padded front, go for it, give it a try. Awesome for shoulder straps too. They are a little thicker, but what they then do is they have that lovely padding on your shoulder. So if you're making a bag you're going to carry a lot and you're going to carry a lot of weight, try putting in our form into your shoulder strap as well. Fabulous stuff. Fabulous stuff. Love that. We'll revisit that in the 12 o'clock hour as well, but we may well have sold out, so I would get it while you can. Now, Bosal in our form, soft and stable, very similar stuff. Very similar stuff. Kerry say, is Bosal in our form similar to soft and stable? Can they be used interchangeably? Thanks, Kerry. Yeah, they can. I mean, soft and stable, I think is it Patterns by Annie? She always uses soft and stable. But yeah, in our form, really pretty similar product. I've always used in our form. If I was to pick 5 hero products out of everything sewing, in our form would be in that list without question. Without question. Just remind you one more time, super busy. It's one of the top sellers for today. It's the Mendy bag by Stuart Hillard. Whoever he is. You can use it just as it is. Create a beautiful black and white bag. Added a tiny bit of black solid, literally just for the inside of the shoulder strap and this little bit of contrast. You could pick whatever colour you like out of your stash. You could use plain white. Instructions are printed on the bottom of the panel. You don't need to buy a separate pattern. It's all there. Great fun. Great fun. It's so busy for that and for the Bosal as well. If you want either of those products, I would strongly recommend you grab them now. Don't listen to me waffling on, and grab them. Grab them. So much fun to use black and white, but if you really want to ramp up the temperature, get in there with wax crayons and heat set with an iron. You can use markle sticks. You could use beads and embroidery to add a pop of colour. You could use textile markers. We've got them on the show. Brilliant buy, $13.99 for those. You could tie-dye, space dye, ice dye. If you're going to dye the panel, I would recommend that you pre-wash it. Simply because removing the sizing definitely helps if you're going to dye the whole panel. Just a gentle, cool, cold wash. Yeah, don't have to do anything fancy. Do that first, just to remove any sizing. Ice dyeing, well, look on the internet for a full tutorial, but essentially what you do is you pile ice onto fabric and then you sprinkle like powdered dye over the top. And it sort of hits the fabric differently. It sits on the ice and then melts in and spreads out. When I was judging on Channel 4 show, I was judging on that a couple of years ago. One of the contestants, she actually won, made a Christmas stocking and she ice dyed the fabric first. Such a cool technique. It's absolutely gorgeous. Creates almost like crackle effects. But imagine that in your favourite colour or 2 or 3 different colours blended together over the top of this. You'll still get the strong design through in the black printing, but then your background could be all mottled and blended. And then you could get in there maybe with some marking pens or pencils or a bit of embroidery, a few beads. Go to town. All right, I'm going to leave that with you, but be quick for both of those, the Mendy panel and the Bosal in our form. Have we got any of those beautiful birds left, the Riley Blake bird panels, or have they both sold out? About 10 of each, yeah. Ooh, I really want one of each. Delphine monochrome, Yes, we can. Now, talking about being inspired by a panel, let me show you. So, this was the monochrome cushion from Delphine Brooks, and this was the panel that went with. Now, originally there were instructions that went with, and this is just the panel on its own, $14.99. This is a stash builder. I love this. I'd be all over this. I never get given things like this to play with, but I want it because you've got some they're bigger than 5-inch squares, actually they're rectangles. You've got a strip of stripe, love that. You've got polka dots, little florals, a gingham, a star, a bit of solid white here as well. This would be so much fun to play with. Can you imagine if you've got maybe one of Delphine's, you know, the Flora the cat, or the rooster, Daisy the cow? I mean, I'm not saying you'll have enough fabric there to do everything on that. I'm just saying as a starting point, it's a stash building panel, isn't it, really? I think that would be so cool to play with. You could also turn this into a bag, into a cushion. Let your imagination run riot. Black and white prints are so hard to find. And, you know, whenever I see black and white stripe, I have to have it. Polka dot, I have to have it. You've got some lovely little geometrics in there as well as florals. Super useful. Bargain price at $14.99. I love it. Yeah. I know the one. I know the one. Helen Newton. Oh gosh, there's loads to look for. Ending 34. Yeah, I will find it. Washing line, here it is. Now, Helen Newton, we love her patterns. This was a panel that went with a pattern. It was a washing line with clothes on it. But what you've got here is an opportunity to have all these different fabrics. So you've got all these little small prints, and these small prints can be really hard to find. There's a little strawberry print there, lovely little floral bouquets, a linen texture, stripes, plaids, polka dots as well. You've also got this big piece. Now, in the original cushion, this was used for the borders and backing. And these fabrics were used to create the dresses, the shirts, the all sorts hanging on a washing line, and then sort of free motion appliqued using black thread. You know Helen's work. This was the panel it went with for $12.99. I think that's a really fun one to get and play with. Create something gorgeous. Maybe be inspired by the original idea, maybe take it in a completely different direction. Would go really well with something like 1/2 meter of vanilla, ivory, white, seeded natural to use as a base for your applique. Now, Vintage Secret Garden bundle. Is this all together, I wonder? Vintage Secret Garden. Right, yeah, okay. I've found one. Oh, is that's not all of them together, is it? I found one of the bundles. Okay, that's another one. I'm finding them, don't worry, don't worry. Is there like a geometric one with it? No, that's different. Oh, okay. Okay, I've got the third one. Don't worry, don't worry. I'll find it by. I can't find the fourth one at the moment. I'm just going to start by showing these, and then I'll just. Oh, yeah, maybe. Understood. Maybe we haven't got them. Okay, so this is the Vintage Secret Garden. Secret Garden, one of my all-time favourite children's books, and actually books generally. It's lovely. This was launched on the 5th, so 3 days ago. This is really lovely. So you've got your strips, 2.5-inch strips. You get 18 of them. They're 55 inches in length. That's absolutely gorgeous. I'm thinking a gardener's apron and a kneeler and maybe a little bag to go with. Beautiful. You also get in this bundle the fatter quarters, 4 of those. You get this one, which is the hexagons. The hexagons are one of my favourites. Look at those. Beautiful. It's individual sort of fussy cut motifs, but then also all over textures. Beautiful. And then here I've got the squares, 5-inch squares. You get 40 of them. That is lovely. And then you get the fatter quarters as well, 4 of those for £54.97. You're saving £14.99, which is the cost of your hexagons. You get your hexagons for free. That's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I've got a little solids bundle that goes with this with 5 fabrics in it. Here they are. You get, now colour-wise, can you tell me the colours? Hannah, thank you. Beautiful colours. Well, I know that one's called blue and it's not. It's green, but I always remember it because it's misty blue. You get white. White, misty blue, teal, biscuit and apple. Lovely. Misty blue, white, teal, biscuit and apple green. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely somewhere between a Golden Delicious and a Granny Smith, I feel. Crisp, crisp. Now, if you want these squares on its own, this is the only one we're going to do on its own, by the way. 5-inch squares, 40 of them. Really lovely, aren't they? Lovely little florals. There's a little bit of colour in here. It's mostly green. It's very National Trust, isn't it? I think, you know. That's cute. Look at this. Some of the details are amazing. Beautiful little detail there. And I also really love the ones that look like engravings. I'm just going to move the fabric over this sort of thing right here. Isn't that super? Look almost like those Victorian catalogues of, you know, ironwork furniture that you can buy. This would be 7 shillings and 3pence, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. Could do so much with that. So that's our secret garden. Victorian spring, ending 07. Let's find it. '07, I got it. Oh, this is lovely. Now, if you love Victorian decoupage, you'll really love this. Went through a real phase, didn't they, the Victorians, for things like crazy patchwork and decoupage. Take that idea, use these fabrics. This would also be amazing for crazy patchwork. So, and it's got a lovely springtime and Easter feel to it. You've got some spring and Easter images there. The chick, the hare, the lamb, and also all those gorgeous spring flowers. You've got eggs in a nest, a few of those. Beautiful sort of floral bounty. It's all about that sort of new energy of spring. All these lovely Victorian inspired images. Little girl's face peeping out of a flower. Love it, really pretty. And I love, love, love these sort of plainer squares as well, which have this almost like a brocade design on them. That's going to sell out, so if you love that one, be quick, won't you? Oh, no, not those. 27, let me find those. Yep, got those. So these are fatter quarters. I'll open this out and hold it up first of all. So I think these are really good to sort of use with your smaller squares, your hexagons. Perhaps if you're making it up into a cushion or a runner, something like that. I mean, this one here, look at all the detail. All those different images. The big lamb's lovely, isn't he? Beautiful. The little rabbits. Love the little bunch of feathers and flowers, fruit. Very pretty, all over florals. That's lovely, isn't it? I'm thinking now things like a tea cosy would be beautiful. A little afternoon tea set. You know, something like that. You could do a tea cosy. You could do a mat for inside a tray. You could do maybe some egg cozies, some coasters, maybe a couple of small cocktail napkins, that kind of thing, or a little scalloped, almost like a candle mat that you could just place a cake on top of, and just have a special afternoon tea, maybe for Easter. Lovely. Okay, what next? Big daffodil. N78. Big. This one. There it is. I can't see things until they're literally there. All right, perfect for spring. This is called the Daffodil Flower Applique panel. So what you've got is like sort of mock patchwork in the background, all these different neutral squares. Love that colour wash effect. And then you've got what look like appliqued daffodils, all different fabric leaves and stems. You've got all those daffodils. This would make a great quick wall hanging for spring. You wouldn't really have to do anything. Give it a press. Turn a double hem, yeah, along the side and press it under, and then just top stitch and do that all the way around it. And then I would just add either a little hanging sleeve or tabs at the top, and you could hang that. But of course it would look amazing layered up with batting, quilted. You could again free motion quilt. Practice your free motion quilting on a panel like this. You get to practice your hobby, get better at a skill, and you'll end up with something really beautiful that you can hang in your house. Ever so pretty, that. Now I've got one with lilies. 21. Ending 21. Okay, not there. Ending 21. It's there. There it is. There it is. I've got it. Cat's my eyes and ears today. You're my brain's trust. Why'd you give me things to find? Haven't I proven to you 1,000 times I'm useless at finding them? Oh, that's lovely. Now, if daffodils were spring, this is summer, right? This is definitely summer. Again, mock patchwork in the background, mock applique lilies and stems. Great opportunity to practice free motion quilting. Lovely little wall hanging. It's actually called a free motion quilting fabric panel. Yeah, just be great for $12.99. Pretty colours as well, isn't it? I love the combination of those oranges and then the lilacs as well. Now, next up, we've got something really perfect for Easter, for spring. It's a cushion panel. No instructions with this, but I think you could work it out. Look, you've got the dancing hares. You've got the main cushion front right here. Okay, and then you've got your sections here to create your envelope back. And then you've also got this long strip that runs all along the bottom that you could use to create like a sort of It's not for a border. You could maybe go across the envelope back to create a decorative backing. I'll tell you what I would do. Here's just my idea. I would probably cut this down a bit and I would put some floral along the top. I'd use a different fabric, or perhaps the rest of this for the back. I'd use this for the strap, and I'd actually turn this into a really lovely bag. I'd use this for a bag. And you might have to delve into your stash for a few other colours but that's all good. There's loads of lovely detail in there. Or another thing you could do, what about a basket liner for on the table? This for like either a little frill around the edge of the basket liner, line the basket with this, a little bow, fill it with Easter eggs or fruit for over the Easter celebrations. Liking that very much. Now then, what about an apron? A summery, florally. Oh, this is pretty. Look at this. So there's the apron, the body of the apron. Just a minute. I'm gonna start. I want to model. I want to model. Modeling. I want to model the apron. Okay. So you've got a tie around your neck. Okay, like that. Okay, and then you've got your waist ties. You get all of this included on your pant. What do you think? Am I wearing it well? Yeah? I can flip burgers with the best of them. Yeah? Thank you. Yeah? To be honest with you, if I do barbecue, I tend to do like spatchcocked chicken. And then lovely like salads and stop it, Stuart. I've just been reminded, regardless of the fact that you're wearing an apron, Stuart, you're not getting any food. Don't get all excited. That's lovely. Great pattern, that. You get all your instructions for making it up printed on the panel, so you don't have to buy anything extra, just a reel of thread. I might be inclined to line that. I like a lined apron if it's made from cotton, just for extra protection. Okay, cat of the month. Oh, yeah, I like this one a lot. So this was all of the cats of the cat of the month, but done as 5-inch squares. So you get 2 of every cat, so you get 24 cats in total, and then you get a further 16 coordinating squares for the background. I think this is great. You've got the tuxedo, you've got the ragdoll, the Bengal, the Maine Coon, there's a Persian there. These were absolutely gorgeous, weren't they? You got a Sphinx as well. Lovely little tortoise shell there. Really like that. And again, $14.99. Next up. Oh, now I'm going to like this. This is a bit sort of batik-y looking. And it has butterflies. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, this is the one. We're very limited on this. Let me show you this. This is divine. Look at all those. Jewel bright. Mix that with solids. Black. Batiks. If you were lucky enough to get the Hoffman Barley Batiks, the Barley Pops, that would go beautifully. Beautifully. Now let's go all retro modern. 5-inch squares, 40 of them. This is a proper avocado and gold. It's a bit 70s. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Actually, a bit sort of African wax print as well, isn't it? Really nice, yeah. Fiona Hesford, So Girl. Very her. Yeah, really nice. Loving those. Love that palette too. That's $14.99 for that. Now, I love all these squares. The squares are my favourite, I think. So versatile. You can use them just as they are as well. You don't even have to cut them up. Now this one, we've got lovely teal, raspberry and gold palette, summery and joyful. I'm thinking garden picnicky dining set, maybe an insulated bag, bottle cover, placemats, instant picnic. Just, yeah, aren't the mushrooms cute? So a little insulated bag and a bottle bag and some napkins maybe, and then literally just swing by the supermarket, grab a spit roast chicken and some salad, little bottle of something, and away you go. Oh, I do things like that all the time. Yeah. Life's too short to always sit at the table, isn't it? I think, you know. Oh no, once the summer comes, I'm outside, and that is that. Now this, gorgeous. So it's a cushion panel. You've got your main image. Okay, here's the cushion. Love. You've got your backing fabrics, and you've got your piping or binding fabric cut on the bias. Loving that. Love that. That panel's gorgeous. Really like it. That was it the Natural History collection? Yes, I remember that. I loved all the detail. Oh, this is lovely. Another apron for in the garden this time. I want to make this for my mum. That's adorable. My mum just loves her gardening. The colourways are pretty. She would love that. And look, you get cute welly and gardening glove appliques. That's so cute. So you've got your main apron, you've got your pocket pieces, you've got your straps. That's lovely. And look, full instructions for making up the panel. Literally add a reel of thread and you're there. Aren't they so cute? Love that. And little gloves. Adorable. Adorable. Do you know, I love a panel. I won't lie, I love a panel. They're so inspiring. You can use them, you know, in the way that they're meant, or you can just completely go to town, be creative, do whatever you like. Now this next one, this is, I think, is a Riley Blake, and this one's all about tea, but it's so vibrant. Oh, it's QT fabrics, it's not Riley Blake. Lovely though. Look, you've got the tea pot with tea bags and cup, you've got the bowl of lemons, you've got chamomile flowers. I've already told this story, but there's a really funny video where somebody holds up a tea bag and said, what flavour is this? And they call it chamomile. Chamomile tea. Chamomile. I wish it was called chamomile too. Gorgeous. Tea for two. Nice slice of lemon. They're just fresh, aren't they? Lovely. Do you know, I just like Yorkshire tea, frankly. I just like Yorkshire tea. You can keep your chamomile. Let's go dark blue. Well, two options, look. Two options. The Very Hungry Caterpillar. Let's go dark first. Oh, loving these, loving these. These are official Very Hungry Caterpillars. They're $7.99. Is that all? That's awesome. Right, so on there you get full alphabet. You get full alphabet. Yes. Crayon Bright, Eric Carle, of course. All your numbers as well. Oh, I love it. And I love the fact that it includes 0. As an ex-teacher, is so important. When you do anything numbers for children, you must include 0. And also look, the vowels, A-E-I-O-U. Beautiful. Right, and then the caterpillar. Love that. Brilliant. Loads of those have gone already. If you want that, be quick. Now we've also got it, this is our last panel for the hour. Same thing, but on a white background. Lovely and fresh. If you were making this for twins, my friends have got twin grandchildren, little boy, little girl, they're adorable. You could do one each, couldn't you? Look, so beautiful. Or, I mean, it's such good value at £7.99. You could buy this, you could cut out the letters and the numbers, you could back them maybe with felt or whatever, put them in a bag and then pull them out, and then you could play letter games, number games, you know, name that letter, name 5 things beginning with P. You could, you know, pull that number out, now grab marbles, make that number. There's so much you could do with a panel like this, but it's beautiful, of course, just made up into a little wall quilt. Super value. Grab those while you can, won't you? We've had such a busy hour. I need a wet flannel and a cup of marmalade tea. I'm going to go and get those. I'll see you after this.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi there, friends. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is so good to have your company today. Even though it was really frosty and cold outside, it's just been warm loveliness all morning.
It has.
Sandi, welcome back.
Thank you very much. It's lovely to be back.
Oh, I love my hours with you. You always bring so many ideas and skills to the table. This hour's no exception.
No.
A lot of embroidery and embellishment in this hour. And I just want to ask very quickly, answer a question. Nikki messaged to say, she'd bought my Mendy bag panel in the last hour. Could you use hand embroidery to colour the flowers? Oh my goodness. Yes, yes, yes. I look forward to seeing what you do. Steph's messaged in to say, morning, forgot you were on. Did I have fun murdering people at the weekend? I did joke, I wouldn't joke about this normally, but we did have a murder mystery dinner party for my friends. We caught the murderer, don't worry.
Good.
She was handcuffed and behind bars before the end of the evening. We let her have pudding and then we
did you?
sent her off
That's
to prison.
really kind, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she won't get it there.
No, she won't.
Let me tell you, crime does
Only
not
porridge.
pay. Crime does not pay. Now, this hour, oh my goodness me, we've got some beautiful projects. I'm going to be back in 1 second. I'm just going to grab the projects. So we have got these stunning wildflower cushions. Now, they come on panels. I'll show you those in just a sec. But I just want you to see the deliciousness and the possibilities here of these panels. So there's a kind of blue background. There's a yellow background. You choose. The little rabbit here, by the way, that's machine embroidered on afterwards. Sandy's going to talk us through that. And also things like this up here, the little bee up the top. Sandy's added that as machine embroidery, but they still look absolutely beautiful without those. You can add hand embroidery, machine embroidery, beads, embellishments, bit of quilting. Let me show you the bundle first. So in our bundle, let me get the details up on screen. You're getting everything. Now, let me just tell you what that involves. That's 4 panels, am I right? No. I've got 5 panels here. Is that ending? I got it. Right, let me get rid of that. Right, you get 4 panels. So you get 4 panels in the bundle. Okay, I got it. 7, 3, 8, 1, 5, 8 and 8, 6. Okay, let me show you all of your panels. So this is the best value, $34.96. These would be so pretty to make either for in the garden or in your garden room or conservatory, or just to bring some of the garden inside. You get your cushion front. So this is on a lovely soft grey polka dot. You get your cushion back. You also get these extra inspiration panels, 3 of those. These would make lovely little mini pillows or bags as Sandi has. Sandi's made some cracking projects with some of the extras. You get some little labels as well, little floral motif there. So that's 1 out of 4 panels. I'm going to show you all 4 of them. So you get, that's on the grey. This is
lilac.
This is, oh sorry, that's lilac. Beg your pardon, that's the lilac. This is on the grey or blue? I'm seeing grey.
Is
that the blue?
I think, yes.
That's the blue. It's a really soft blue. These
They're
are all
very
pastels.
soft, yes.
And you get the same images. You get the cushion front, you get the back, you get the extra panels there and the labels. Yeah, that one's pastels. Then you've got this one here, which is the yellow. This is really sunny and beautiful. This is just what we need right now.
It is, isn't it? Yes.
De-icing the car.
I was, yeah.
Sandi, what's that all about?
Oh, I know.
Hate it. This is the yellow. So you've got that gorgeous buttercup yellow background, polka dot. You've got your backing, you've got your extra squares there, you've got your labels.
Makes you feel happy looking at that one, doesn't it, with the sunshine
Oh, it
colour?
really does. It really does. And then finally I got the grey.
Yes.
So you get lilac, blue, yellow and grey. This is the grey. I love this one. I love the grey background. I love the extra bit of colour that you've got in the flowers there. Now you can leave them just as they are, of course, or you can do as Sandi I do, and that's go in there with some hand embroidery, lazy daisy stitches, bit of chain stitch, few bouillon knots or French knots,
yes.
a little bit of stem stitch, and really have fun. Maybe add a few beads, bit of metallic thread. You could do as much or as little as you want to. Best value, buying all of the panels together, you save £5 and you can make 4 complete cushions. It's less than £12 per no, it's a lot less than that.
Yes.
It's £34.96. I was thinking it was 44. What does £8 something? Less than £9.
Yeah, about £9. Yeah, just under £9.
£8.74.
Yeah.
£8.74. See, Sandi, old school, did it in her head. Our producer, calculator.
Shows my ages.
Did you use a calculator? Yeah. So, you know what?
When you work in a pub, you have to do it all in your head.
You certainly do.
You have to old time anyway. None of this modern technology stuff.
Exactly right. Now, if you want to get the panels individually, you absolutely can. Let's start with the yellow. So this is the beautiful yellow, full of sunshine this. Absolutely full of sunshine. So here, let me just talk through what you get on each panel. So you've got your main image, that's the cushion front. Or is it? Maybe this is a wall hanging. You decide. You bag front. You get your backing of your cushion, or again the reverse of your bag, or you could cut this into strips and use this to border the main panel. Then you get 3 more panels. These aren't included. You don't need these to make the cushion. However, if you wanted to, you could do the cushion and then you could apply one of these as a pocket to the reverse.
Yes, you could.
You know, I love a little book cushion, somewhere to tuck a favourite book.
Oh, you need to watch on the 19th.
Oh, yeah? Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Somebody's bringing a new pattern in
Oh, okay. Watch on the 19th.
Little spoiler there.
And look, you also get some little quilt labels or project labels here. What about using one of these? This one maybe. You could use this as a quilt label. So you could use, you know, a fabric safe indelible pen to write a little bit of a message here, a little bit of a message here, and maybe a little signature over. You know, you could really play with these, couldn't you? And use them in lots and lots of different creative ways. So that's your yellow. £9.99. That's amazing value.
There's so much you can do with the panels, there really is.
Well, I'm just going to grab what you did with leftovers.
Yes.
So this is, Sandi made the cushion and then with leftovers made this incredible pin cushion, piece of art. I love it. This, by the way, here is actually, tell us, Sandi.
It's a skewer. Just a wooden skewer that I painted silver.
So clever. It's a hefty old needle, isn't it?
It is.
You'd get through sacking with one of those. It's an industrial machine.
It's an industrial machine, yes, absolutely.
And then this adorable little bag. Look at that. Lots and lots of books that we've got have these little projects in, don't they, that you can make,
Yes.
you know, little bits. Beautiful.
You could put lavender in that, but make it smaller, do little lavender bags or
Little
something.
toiletry bag as well.
Lovely little
Have that in a
toiletry bag.
guest room with a few little toiletries for guests.
That'd be lovely.
Pretty, wouldn't it? So that's what you can do with leftovers. Awesome. Now, we've done the yellow. Let's do lilac. Oh, pretty. This was the first one I showed you in the bundle. This has got the softest sort of grey lavender background. Ever so pretty. You've got your main image there. with your wildflowers. And I like as well the softness of the flowers in this one. You've got that really soft, fresh green, little yellow shelled snail there, little buzzing bee in the background. I did a wall hanging about 20 years ago that had little applique flowers and a bee like that on it, a button bee. And I called the wall hanging the sewing bee.
Oh, right.
Yeah, 10 years before I actually was on the sewing bee. And I showed that at a talk I was giving. And I said, you know, made this, called it the sewing bee. Then years later, we were in a show called The Sewing Bee. I said, wasn't that a coincidence? Wasn't that prophetic? And a lady on the front row reached out. She said, it's not prophetic, it's lovely.
Oh,
bless her. It's so sweet. It's not prophetic.
I think it was fate.
It's lovely. Absolutely adorable. Gorgeous, gorgeous panel, these. $9.99 each. You get everything for your cushion, plus 3 more images that you can use for something else, little bags, and your labels as well. That's the lilac, sorry. Lilac. Next, grey. So the grey one, I like, this has got a different sort of green in the leaves. It's more of a jade.
Yes, I've got that one, yes.
Oh, is that the one you're going to work on?
That's the one I'm going to be working on.
Lovely. Really like the colours there. You've got more of the jade greens in the leaves, a little bit stronger.
The flowers are a bit stronger in
they
this
are,
one,
aren't they? Really like that. These would be really nice for a nursery as well, wouldn't they?
Oh, they would.
A lot of people now are decorating nurseries in neutrals, greys.
Yes.
A little bit of soft colour. Very, very nice.
All of them would look lovely in a nursery room, wouldn't they? You could have them all in there.
I've got friends who are expecting grandbaby number 4 very soon. Little baby girl. We're all very excited. Who doesn't love a newborn baby, eh? Be gorgeous as a baby gift. And the other thing, you know, these 3 here, you could use those, have that as the front of like a little basket, a fabric basket or a fabric box. Yeah. Use Bosel inner form for the structure of the box and just make it like you're making a cube but without a lid. And you could put things like cotton buds and nappies or whatever.
Then you could make one of those almost, you know, the bread baskets where you've got the short sides and you could use that as the base. So you've got that lovely flower in the base of it as well.
So many nice things you can do with these,
really
aren't
there?
Are. $9.99. Super
That's such
value.
Good value.
If you want to save a £5, remember, go for the bundle with all 4. Now the last colourway I'm going to show you is the blue. And again, this is that lovely, really soft, gentle blue. This is called pastels, but I mean it is the blue background, isn't it? They're all soft and gentle. Look great just as they are, but add some embellishments, add a bit of embroidery and you really will bring them to life.
So if you've not got much time, you can make a really quick cushion, but if you've got time, you could really go to town with it, can't you? Yes.
You could. These would be great to have in your stash drawer for when you need an almost instant present.
You could, yes. You can make it in the morning, go to the party in the afternoon and you've got a present for somebody.
Love that. I'm thinking as well you could use those, like that large image, maybe as the front on a photograph album.
Oh yes.
Special memories.
Yes, to pad it out, couldn't you? Be lovely.
Be really nice.
Really beautiful.
Or like first year of baby's life, or you know, I like the ones that are like before you were born and after. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because they're great for kids to look at. I was a primary school teacher and the children, when we did like your history, they used to love it.
I bet they did.
The idea that they were born once and this is...
they were in their mummy's tummy.
Mind-boggling, mind-boggling. I love it. Right, so those are our panels. Are we launching? We're going into, or we've got... Let's do it. Let's go in. Come on.
Right.
Show me how.
Okay. So should we do the embroidery machine
first?
Yes,
please.
So I know you've not got it in today, but I think quite a few of your viewers have got the embroidery machine. So it's a great little machine. So I'm just going to switch it on. When you switch it on, it all comes to life. Now, the bee that I got, I bought the bee. There's lots and lots of patterns that come on it, but I actually bought what I wanted. You can flick through, there's so many sites on the internet that you can buy, and I think it cost me £3 for 6 patterns.
Amazing.
So, but what you need to be careful of is when you look at the patterns, it does for a brother, it has to be a PES file.
PES.
Because you have lots and lots of files. Sometimes they'll send all the files to you. So when you buy a pattern, you will download it onto your computer, laptop that you've got, and then put in a little USB stick and then download it from there. And sometimes when it downloads, it'll download with lots of different numbers and letters. So I can't remember, they're all different sewing machines, but the brother one is the PES file that you need.
Perfect.
So you'll click onto that one and then extract it and put it onto a USB stick. Now we've mentioned it before, get one that's as low as you can get. So if you get one between about a 3 or a 5 gigabyte on it, you don't want any more, because if you have too many on it, the machine doesn't like it.
Okay, fair enough.
So you're best sort of having one and putting 2 or 3 on each stick.
Yeah.
And then I always put a little label on mine, because I've got lots of sticks with lots of different designs on, and you don't want, when you think, oh, I want that bee or I want the fox, you put it in and it'll come up. But you could be putting lots of them in.
Well, you're smart. I have to use the memory. I use them on my long arm, and I haven't labelled them, and I have to put them all in until I find the design I want.
So next time you put one in,
I should learn from you. I'll try.
So
harder.
it's nice. I mean, you could colour code them as well, because so they all come in different colours sometimes as well. So I've got lots of different coloured ones. But then you find that you start repeating those colours as well. So I find it just easier to just put a little tag on it, keep it in a nice box. And sometimes they will send a picture of all the designs, and sometimes I'll print that out as well. So because they're quite small on here, and you can't always see which design you want, so it's nice to just sort of have the picture, and then you can see that as well. So when you've got it and you downloaded it, you'll just put it into the side and then press the little icon that's sort of like a USB icon. And on here it's got lots of different so it comes, I think there's a DST, EXP, HUS, so there's lots of different ones on here, but I'll click on the PES one, and that gives me my bees that I've got.
Perfect.
So then you'd click onto the one that you want, click onto that one, and set it, and you can see on the screen what you're going to be embroidering. So I'll leave that as it is, because you next need to hoop it up.
Yeah.
So it's one of the smaller hoops on this machine, but that's fine. Most of the things you get, check, sometimes it'll tell you what size hoop you can print your pattern on, but you can sort of make them smaller on here as well. So you want to get your hoop as straight as you can, and then get your material. So I want to try and put it round about here. So I've just got an interfacing on the back of here, and when I did this one, that was fine. There's lots and lots of interfacings you can use. If it was a heavier material, I'd use a bit heavier interfacing. Stabilizer. You can get tearaway ones, water soluble ones, and cutaway ones. So again, it depends on what you're doing as to what stabilizer you would get. When I was on last time, we were doing a fleece, and if you put a water soluble one on the top of that, then it'll stitch, because otherwise the fleece, if you just stitch onto the fleece, it embeds in, so you can't really see it, but you can still stitch on those. Now you've got a little arrow on the top of your hoop, and that needs to match with the top of the bottom bit of the hoop. So you need to undo it so it's stretched out, and then push it in. And it'll just push in.
Perfect.
And then
the Brother embroidery machine, by the way, will be back in stock for Sewing Street's birthday week, which starts on, is it the 19th of February? I think it's the 19th or the 20th. It's in 2 weeks. The 20th, thank you. So we will have it back in stock for then, and it's a great machine, isn't it?
You won't be sorry if you get one. I sort of waited for a while before I got one. I kept saying, I'd love an embroidery machine, but it's such a good price as well.
Amazing.
To get them, to sort of start off. And it's got so many patterns on it as well. You can update all your patterns. You can go on the Brother site, and they offer free patterns as well that you can put on.
Perfect.
So you get lots and lots. And it's just great. Everything that you make, you can put a little bit of embroidery on it, and it just sort of lifts things to another level on it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's terrific.
Your tags that you make, you know, you can put handmade by and print your name on it as well.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. I'll let you get that hooped up and started. Now, the embroidery machine will be back in stock 20th of Feb, but you don't have to use an embroidery machine to use these panels. You can get some great results using hand embroidery. Jane's got in touch, who's in Suffolk. She says, morning, I bought this panel in pre-order. I didn't realise it was machine embroidery. Can the same be done by hand? Thanks, from Jane. Absolutely. I mean, here, I'll show you on both panels actually. You could absolutely add any of these designs. I mean, all of the flowers, what Sandi's done is added hand embroidery on top of the printing. So a little bit of backstitch down the stem here, a little bit of lazy daisy stitch in the lavenders, a little bit of running stitch and satin stitch in the bee. And then you can see here, this is where she's used some machine embroidery to put this little motif here. And again down here, she's added the rabbit. But of course you could hand embroider anything you like. Now then, if you want to do some hand embroidery and you want those lovely pastels, we've got a great bundle. No? Oh, right, okay. These ones here, okay. All right, so you've got these 6 skeins for £7.94. Or, alternatively, you could get these 36 skeins right here for £9.99. Okay, that's why we need to do it that way around. Thank you very much. Good. All right. Wow, you've got lots of lovely colours in here. On this side, you've got all the lovely pastels. Look at these. These are gorgeous. You've got kind of pistachio, vanilla, soft golden greens. You've got peaches, corals. Really pretty bit of lavender there. So very nice sort of pastels. And then on the other side, you've got perhaps some richer, deeper shades there. Some more vibrant greens, some more vibrant corals and purples. Absolutely beautifully put together colours that would work very, very well for these panels. Very well. Great value too. 36 skeins for £9.99. Amazing. How are you getting on, Sandi?
Okay. So I put my panel on, checked where I wanted it to go, and then you just put your needle down and press, and it starts, and then it'll tell you on the side from the pattern that you've got, whether it's one that you've got from the machine or one that you've actually bought and put onto it. It'll tell you all the colours that you need, how long it takes for that colour to do. So this one's just finished and it telling me I need to go into the black again. So if you just cut your thread off at the top and take your roll out, and I just pull it through here. Oops. Just lift that up and pull that out, and then pop your next one in. So it's telling me now that I need black in here, and it's going to take 7 minutes to embroider the next bit as well. So you can leave it. I tend to work with it at the side of me. I don't actually go anywhere and leave the machine on. No, just in case sometimes the thread may break, and then it sort of might carry on for a little bit and you need to make sure you can go back.
Yes.
But you've got little buttons on here that you can go back if you've missed a bit.
Okay.
So it's very good, and if you suddenly have a power cut or something like that, when you do switch it back on, it will take you to exactly the place that you were in it before, and then you just literally press it again.
Perfect.
I'm just going to thread this by
I'll let you
hand.
carry on with that.
Okay, that's lovely.
Now, we've got some bundles, extra bundles. Okay, I've got some solids here. Now you can get these as a whole bundle. We do them by the ½ metre as well. So if you're thinking these panels would be great, but I want to kind of split them apart, I want to get maximum value out of them, I hear that, and add some solids. Oh, it's not a bundle. It's not a bundle. Okay, right, let's start with ending 9-4. It looks completely different on the web, but here it's very much kind of amethyst. Isn't that lovely? £3.79 per ½ metre.
That's good. I love that colour.
That would go really nicely with the yellow.
It would go with the blue. That would go with all of the colours actually.
Yeah, it would.
Because you've got that lovely colour in the flower in the yellow, haven't you?
Yeah, you do.
So it'd really bring that out.
Ending 2-3, this is the soft grey. What colour is this, by the way? Elephant.
Elephant.
It's the elephant in the room. That's lovely. Again, you could coordinate these depending on which panel you're going for, because you've got the pastel, which is the blue, you've got the grey, the yellow, the lilac. Let's do blue next. That is ending 30. Powder blue. Looks quite grey on the website, but in real life, it's a lovely kind of clean, soft baby blue. And then last of all, ending 80, we have got the pink. And colour-wise, what's this one? Blush. Lovely. Really soft. And if I just put that next to it, that really is, oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Really makes the colours pop. Did you do a little bit of extra?
I didn't do anything on that at all, no.
That's
but
lovely.
you could hand embroider that, put some beads on it as well. I think I was running out of time at this point. So otherwise, I'd probably have added some beads on.
It just goes to show, though, you don't have to do anything with these panels. You can just use them as they are. You'll get a great result. How are you getting on?
We're doing fine. That's just merrily going along. It's got another 7 minutes to do with that, so that's fine. So I thought we could do a bit of hand embroidery whilst we're waiting.
Super.
So, and as you said, I mean, this one, I threw everything at it. I thought, right, what can we do on it? So we did the hand embroidery, we've done the machine embroidery, we put beads on it. So a bit of everything on that one.
Yeah.
And then this one, because I loved the yellow, so I thought I want to just do... can you see me that? I wanted to just do the
Have
yellow
it over
one. Shall I
your
do
side,
there here?
that's it.
So with this one, I thought, how can I make a nice quick one? So with this, I just literally put a zip on the bottom. Then I wadded it and just put a few stripes down. I just used a plain pale sort of creamy colour, but you could have done a metallic or a nice variegated thread to go across it. And then I used a nice sort of copper metallic. Just with the machine, an ordinary machine, I just literally did a stitch just going up, about a 3-inch, size 3 stitch going
along
up there,
stems.
along the stems.
Oh, nice, just to define them a
little bit. And also on the bee, so just on like the little bee, on his little bit, so you can, in the light, you might just shade. It's just got some copper in there, and then I also went round the snail.
Very cute.
So you can see that. So it just sort of made those stand out a bit. And I did all that just on an ordinary sewing machine. So it wasn't on an embroidery machine. And the zip was very easy to put in at the bottom. And then on the other one, I like an envelope back on a cushion. So we've done an envelope back. So I've got some of the additional plain fabrics.
Yep.
So with this one, if you get the back panel, don't cut it quite in half. I like it so it's just probably about 2/3, 1/3. And then you can put just an extra strip on it. And I wadded this to just make that a little bit stiffer, so it's nicer for the buttons holding on it.
Right.
And then I used a variegated thread for the buttonholes. If you can just see underneath. I undo the button. Whoops.
Oh, and are they coconut shell buttons?
Yes.
I love those.
So we've done like a variegated thread, which there's some beautiful ones on, and then just put a little button that I had on. And then you could put ties on there as well to fasten it. So there's lots of different ways of fastening. And I like the back of that as well. So you could always make that almost the front of your cushion and just put the plain on the back.
Oh, nice idea.
So then you can get 2 cushions. So you'd have your front with a plain on the back of that one, and then you'd use the backing of it as a front. So those would make sort of like a nice set of cushions.
But then you've also got your 3 smaller images that you could always add borders, so you could actually make 5 cushions out of one panel.
Well, I was thinking you could make like an Oxford pillow with some of them as well. So if you had the plain, and then you put a nice thick border around here, just mitered it like you would on a quilt, and then put the panel on, put a larger piece of material underneath, just sew it all together, and then you would just sew in the ditch along the panel, and that would give you a lovely Oxford pillowcase on there as well.
Smart.
So that would make it just a little bit bigger if you wanted it to make it bigger.
Yeah.
Or you wouldn't even have to sew it down. You could actually make the pillowcase bigger by putting a border on it and then putting a bigger back. So if you like the nice big pillows, if you want a nice big 20-inch pillow or something like that, you could actually make that bigger with some of the lovely planes that you've got. So
Beautiful.
there's lots and lots of things that you can do with these panels.
Really love it.
So this is doing well here.
Will you show us a little bit of hand embroidery,
We will.
please? Thank you.
Right, so I've got some of the threads. Now, when you have the threads, there's 6 strands on the thread. So I normally take a piece that's probably about the length of your arm. If you do it any longer than that, it's going to knot terribly when you do it. So then you want to, I've split that already, and you can roll these round on little bits of card as well. Can't find the end of this now. There we go. So you'd get your piece of, and just do it about that sort of length and cut it. And then they're very easy to split. You can do it, you could have 3 strands of 2. I normally get a 3 strand. Do you do much hand embroidering at all?
Not now. I used to be very big on cross-stitch and hand embroidery when I was in my teenage years. Now, because it's a slower process, I tend to do much less now.
I think this is a nice project if sort of like the nights are still a bit dark, aren't they?
Agreed.
You sat in by the telly, by the fire, and it's a nice project. You can just hoop something up and just have a little play with it.
Yeah.
And then in the morning you can just make it into a cushion.
Yeah.
In next to no time.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact that with these panels you can do as much or as little as you want to. This one here, I would always layer and quilt the panel a little bit. If nothing else, it just adds just a bit of extra oomph to it, and it does help the sort of look. Now, over half the stock of the bundle with that £5 saving has gone. So if you're after the bundle, that's the best value. Remember, you get 4 separate panels. You get the grey, you get the blue, the lilac, and the yellow, enough there to make 4 full cushions, front and back, plus you'll have 12 of those additional images, you know, the smaller squares, a total of 12 of those. You could make a whole sort of nursery set using these panels. You do save £5 on the individual panel price. Now, separately, the most popular has been grey and yellow. I'm going to show you both of those panels now. So we'll start with the yellow. Been really popular. Yellow's a good one, isn't it? Because, well, and the grey, I suppose, it's not associated with boys or girls.
It's quite neutral, isn't
Quite
it,
neutral.
really? Yes.
And the yellow's lovely as well because it's just so zingy
In
and
a
happy.
child's nursery, it'd be beautiful, wouldn't it?
It really would, really would.
And if you design the nursery in any other colour, it would go with it.
Yeah, it would, and it would just add that little pop. Love that. Those little squares at the bottom, by the way, the pink and the green, those are labels, handmade by. Then you fill in the rest. Nice to add that to the back of a cushion, or you could even use these to make a wall hanging. That would be lovely.
The front of a tote bag.
That would be nice, yeah. The other one that's been super popular is the grey, and I'll show you that one. So that's got a lovely soft grey polka dot background. And then I think the colours in the flowers and the leaves are just a little bit stronger, which I really like. Lots of you got that in your baskets. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, we're talking a lot about nurseries and making this for children, but I mean, this would just look beautiful in a conservatory, a garden, a pretty bedroom. It would look lovely if you just want to bring the outside in as well. Tote bags, cushions, quilts. There's fewer than 20 of the bundle. We're going to leave those details on screen for a little while, just so you can check out your baskets. You get all 4 panels, yellow, grey, blue and lilac, and you make a £5 saving. Best value there.
So when you do your hand embroidery, I use a loop. Some of them I didn't use a loop with, so it doesn't really matter. If you've got a loop, it just makes it a little bit easier to just sort of hoop it up, and you can hoop up whichever area you're doing. But it's quite a small panel and you're only doing small bits on it anyway. So if you don't have a hoop, don't panic, you can still do it without. But so with this, when you've got your thread, I've doubled it over, put a knot in it, and so on these sort of like little leaves, I've brought the needle up at the end, done a loop round, pop your needle in very close to where it came up, and then bring it up to the top of that leaf. So you're making so like a hoop. And just hold it and pull it along. There we go. And then just go down, and you can pull that as tight as you want. So if you want it to just sort of show a little bit underneath, you can. And then you'd go up to the next one. So again, just pop your needle through, hoop it round, in, up at the top of those daisies. They're not daisies, are they? What are those?
Lavender.
Are they lavender?
I think so, yeah.
That's lavender, isn't it? I wasn't sure what the pink
at the
one
side.
is. Yes.
Oh, a fantasy flower, I
Yes,
think. If in
so you could
doubt.
do whatever colour you wanted with it. So that's how I did.
You could do bouillon knots along there as well. couldn't you? I
Yes.
do love a raised bouillon.
So those are what I
I
did
might have just
on
made
those.
that up. Who knows?
Like a French knot? Or is it bigger
No, it's
than a
kind
French?
of long. It's like a long wrapped.
Oh,
Is
right.
that a bouillon stitch?
Could be.
I think so. Just wanted to mention the seat frame that we've got. If you want an embroidery hoop, this one has a section on the bottom that you would sit on. You hold that under your lap. They're lovely.
Well, they're super, aren't they?
And in the next hour, actually, we've got lamps with magnifiers on. So I use the magnifying light now.
I was saying, if you're in the evening and you're by the fire,
Lifesaver.
I would definitely put a magnifier on. I'm just going to change this over so that we've nearly finished this, and then I can show you this one. And then I'll do a bit of beading as well on the other one,
Lovely.
and show you how we did the snail on it.
Now, the bundle with the £5 saving, we are down to our last 4. They're going to sell out really quickly. How many have we got in baskets? 16 of them in baskets, so 4 times oversubscribed. Now, I have one more panel to share with you, and it is a calendar, a 2023 fabric calendar. Now, I know we're into February, but you are going to make a saving. You are making a saving. It's just $8.99 for all
Do you want
this.
me to hold it up with you?
Oh yes, please.
Look at that.
That's fabulous. I love it. So you've got, if you come this way,
Yes.
there we go. Keep coming, keep it coming, keep it going. There we go. Gorgeous. There it is. There it is. So you've got your calendar part. You've got embellishments. You've got backing, border. Absolutely
That's
brilliant.
beautiful,
Bit like a little
isn't it?
wall hanging out of that.
Good, couldn't it? Or you could make a big pillow,
Well, you
Couldn't you?
could. You could actually, yeah.
and you could put that in. Going back to nurseries, you could put it in the nursery and sort of teach them what day it is.
Yeah.
couldn't you?
Or fabric, like notice board.
Yes.
Yeah, that would
I
be
like
nice.
that idea. Yes.
Lots of loveliness on that. And I love the flowers as well. Very, very pretty. Very pretty. You can do all that extra embellishment and a plique. A quarter of the stock of that has gone. It's a bargain price, $8.99. The shops always reduce the price of calendars in February, don't they? So it's only right that we should. But you get loads of lovely fabric in there anyway.
And we're only just into February, aren't we?
Well, I
really?
always think that, you know, it's 1 month out of 12.
Yes.
So, you know, I need to know what's going
still-
on for the remaining 11 months. When I'm going to cocktail parties
Oh,
or
lovely.
film premieres.
Oh,
I never do either of those things, Sandy.
We know somebody that does, though, don't we?
Never do either of that. I just, you know, it's wishful thinking. John Scott, on the other hand, is always going off to fancy parties.
Does he never take you with him?
No, Sandy. In one word,
No.
no.
I think
But then he went to a fabulous party at the weekend, and I know there wasn't a +1.
Oh, wasn't
But I
there?
was busy
Oh.
at home in Yorkshire murdering my
Murdering
friends.
people.
So, you know, so
There we go.
you know. One of the guests actually thought I was going to be the victim. And I said, this is my birthday party. What a thing to suggest that I spend the evening lying under a sheet.
I think you should have been the murderer since it was your party.
We didn't actually have a victim as such. Well, Charlie and I created the victim out of pillows and rolled up blankets and things like that for arms and legs, and then we put shoes poking out from the bottom of a sheet.
And just a sheet over the top
yes,
of it.
Yes.
Well, you could have put like tape, couldn't you, round and made it like the body.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I like that. I like that.
Right.
Yeah. You've done this before, haven't you? Crime scene investigator. The bundle with the saving, sold out. Sold out. Choose your favourite colour now. Is it grey? Is it blue? Is it lilac? Is it yellow? Yellow's still in the lead. Details are on screen. It's only $9.99. I can't believe the price.
I want to put one of these in my camper van because I think it would just look so pretty.
It's camper than what? No, I'm joking.
My lovely camper van.
What kind of camper van have you got?
We've got a VW
called
Morrison.
Oh.
And he's a blue and white one.
Oh, beautiful.
With turquoise inside.
Oh, wow.
It's lovely.
That sounds gorgeous. These would make lovely projects for inside a car or a camper van or a caravan.
When I go away, I always take something with me, and often I'll take some hand embroidery or something to do.
Very nice.
Yes, sit in the back of your camper van.
Oh, you live the life.
Oh, I know how to do.
Don't
do.
You?
Yes. Right, so there we go. That's all embroidered out. So it just needs a bit of trimming. So you just need some very tiny scissors, and sometimes it will just sort of like loop one design to the next, so you just have to sort of go in and trim it all. But it hasn't puckered at all, and that was only using just the...
Like dressmakers, medium weight interfacing.
And you just give that a light iron over to just sort of get rid of any of the...
Just like the hooping marks.
There we go. And then I'd just spend a little bit of time just sort of getting rid of any of those little bits there.
Sweet
and you've got
as can be.
Oops.
It's really
it's upside
cute.
down, isn't it?
It's really cute.
So yeah.
I love it. I love it. That's perfect.
And then you'd carry on and embroider it.
Yeah.
So with this one, I'll just sort of, so those are some of the little sort of daisy ones that we've done. And then if I just show you some of the beading, because that's another good use for a wool mat.
Okay.
Because, you know, you can, so I just finished it off with a little knot at the back. There we go. And again, I put some, did I say I put some interfacing on the back of here, so it just holds it.
For hand embroidery.
And then afterwards, when I made the pillow, I then put a sheet of wadding over the top of it. So that sort of hides all the knots at the back and just also holds all your stitches in. And it just gives a nice sort of padded luxury feel to your...
Lovely.
So with the beading...
We have actually got, just quickly mention, we've got H640.
That's what I used in here.
Perfect, isn't it? Well, just can we pop the details of H640? I'm a huge fan. This is 1 metre by 90 centimetres, so ample to make at least a couple of cushions.
Easily.
Yeah. Really like this. It's a polyester, fusible on one side, perfect for putting on the back of cushions, or it's really good for wall hangings as well. So if you were thinking about making the panel up as a small wall hanging, I would actually use this as your batting rather than quilt batting. You'll get a squarer, truer wall hanging. It doesn't ripple like quilt batting does.
No. And it's just, and you can iron it on, and I think it always gives a luxurious feel to a project.
I agree.
So I always put it, I don't always put it on the back of the cushions, but I always put it on the front of the cushion so that you get that real soft bounciness to it. So doing the beading, you need to have, if possible, a beading needle.
We sell them.
Good. And then if not, one with a very small eye, and just check. I use sort of almost like an invisible thread when I'm doing it. And I sort of check with one first to just make sure that they're not going to go through, are they, those? I checked before. Do you know, it's funny, the smaller ones take a bigger needle than the bigger ones.
Oh, really?
So let me try with this
the
one.
eye they can get caught on, isn't it?
That
little eye.
There we go. Nope, that one's not going through either. I've got a smaller needle. I think this one might be smaller. So before you sort of thread it all up like I did, There we go. Yes, that one's fine. So always make sure, just check that your needle will go through. There's going to be some in the pack that it won't go through because some get really, really small. But on the whole, if you sort of do it and you pull it along, so it won't on that one, but it will on these green ones. So I know that this needle's fine for these green ones. So as you can see, I just put them out on the mat here, and then you can just push your needle down and they sort of almost jump onto your needle.
Oh, fab, that's like magic.
So yes, it is. So if you just sort of lay it down next to it, it will jump onto the needle. There we go.
Yep.
So you've got that. So I use, as I say, I'll take this one off here. And then show you how and I like the centre for the beading, or you could do the little eyes on the snail for beading.
Yep.
Or you could almost put a chain all the way up, couldn't you?
Yeah,
with the
you could
beading
build
of
up
it.
the flower
So-
petals with
yes,
beads as well.
yeah.
There's lots you could do.
And
Or
there's-
nothing at all. I mean, it really is
Yes.
up to you, and that's the joy of these panels.
I think this panel, I think there was a lady that's on earlier on saying she'd lost a mojo with sewing, hadn't she, or
Yes,
something?
that's right,
So I think
Fiona,
something
I think.
like this, was it Fiona? So Fiona, if you got a panel like this, you could sit down with it and think, right, what do I enjoy doing? Do I want to do it machine embroidery? Do I rather do hand embroidery? Do I want to make a big project, a little project?
Yep.
Do I want to turn it into a bag, a pillow? All sorts of things, and it really sort of gets your creativity going. So I've threaded this on almost an invisible thread. Then I'm going to go up into the centre of those daisies, and then again, just if you put just a few on your mat at a time, and it always works best if you put an odd number in, I think. So there we go, and then just put your needle quite close to the one that you've just done. And it's a lovely afternoon project, isn't it? You can just sit there.
Oh, gosh,
and
yes.
Really, it's like a playtime project, isn't it? If things are getting too much for you, just sit down. Say, I'm going to sit down with my embroidery
Yeah.
and my panel, cup of coffee, piece of cake.
I like that. Oh, yeah, sold.
Yes, some
Or
nice
just to
music.
sit down and just take a few minutes or an hour or two.
You find that you can't think of anything else, can you? Because you're thinking about what you're going to be doing. And so your mind, if you are worried about things, sometimes just sitting down and just doing this can take you out of your mind almost for yourself, can't
That's
it,
a
for a
really
while?
good point. It's a really good point.
And then you'll find that you get completely lost in doing something like this, and you look and you think, gosh, where did that hour go, or that
Yep.
2 hours go?
Oh, yes.
And you'll find, I think you find you feel a lot better, and sometimes problems that you thought you had before can almost disappear because you sort of sat there really enjoying beading.
Yeah, bit of downtime. We all
Yes,
need it.
We all need it, don't we?
We certainly do.
I think especially in this weather as well, it can make people feel quite down, can't it? When it's dark mornings
Oh,
and
yes.
dark evenings.
And I'm sniffly today,
Oh, I
so
know you
sorry about
are.
that, everybody. I am a bit sniffly, but this is the kind of thing, if you're not feeling your best as well, you can sit down in an armchair and just relax.
The hot toddy, that's
A
what you need.
hot toddy. I love how every eventuality ends in either food or drink with Sandy. Is there room for a third in the camper van?
There is.
It certainly would be
Absolutely,
camper then,
yes.
wouldn't it?
It
Let's
would.
be
It would be
honest.
very camp then, yeah, in Morrison. You'd come along to Morrison.
I love it.
'Cause it's Van
Do you have
Morrison.
like a little awning or something outside?
We do. We have a big blow-up awning that goes on the
Say.
side.
Wow.
Or just like a little awning that comes out at the side as well.
Who has enough puff to blow that up? Is it you or Andrew, isn't it? Is it Andrew?
It's Andrew, that's
Andrew,
right.
yeah.
We have like an
Oh, you
automatic
have a-
one. Yes.
very
oh,
good,
yes.
very good.
3 minutes it takes to get it up.
That's
The first time we did it, we were at this campsite and we'd never used the awning before.
Right.
So we got it out pretending that we looked as though we knew what
Of
we were doing.
course.
And there was nobody there, so we thought, great time to do it. And I said to Andrew, have you checked to find out how we do this? He goes, we'll be able to do it, no problem.
Of course we will.
So I said, okay, so we've got it out and we're looking at it and there's
Windy
like
day,
bits
it's all you
here and
need.
bits there.
Great.
And all of a sudden people started coming in this campsite and I said, I just had
What, coming to
visions.
watch?
This is it. And I just had visions of everybody getting the chairs outside the campus and just sort of sitting round us in a circle
Yes.
watching us. I couldn't do
Yes.
anything for laughing. I think Andrew had to put it all up in the end. But now when we went off to France for 3 weeks and we sort of put it up up and down every day.
Yeah.
We got absolutely used to
Yeah,
it. So
of course you did. Yeah.
it's brilliant. Oh, we love our camper.
We used to do a lot of caravanning with my mum and dad when I was a
Did you?
teenager, and everyone's so friendly, aren't they, on the caravan sites? And absolutely brilliant. But it is fun when someone comes along who's never put up an awning before. It is a little bit of a spectator sport.
It is. Oh, I couldn't do anything for laughing, so it was. But we got it up.
You want it to either wind or rain.
That's right.
Just as you're putting it up.
Oh,
yeah,
I know.
first time, perfect.
But it's such good fun because being quite a small camper, we can sort of go anywhere in it. So we just we go all over Europe in it and love it.
Amazing.
So yeah.
Amazing.
We're off to the World Rugby Cup in France this year.
You are.
We are.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Will you take some slow stitching there?
Absolutely, I will, yes.
Or will you be focused on the rugby?
No.
Are you not a fan?
No, I do like rugby and I like watching it live. I love going watching live rugby. Watching it on telly all the time and all the pre-bit and all the after-bit, I don't always enjoy all that. So I normally leave them to it and go, I've got a bit of sewing to do.
Yeah.
I'll just nip off and make a bear.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
And then come back.
Well, you know me, I love a bear. I'd be with you on that.
Absolutely. So, I nip off and make a little bear and then come back when the next match is on. But yes, watched Wales this last weekend. It wasn't very good.
Oh dear. No, some friends of mine actually went to watch it and they were a little bit
they?
disappointed.
Yes.
What can you do?
We'll be fine. We'll win the World Cup. I've got every faith that we will.
There you go. And at the end of the day, Sandy, it's just a game.
It is. Really? Would you like
kidding.
to tell Andrew that?
I'm kidding.
Especially
just a
Wales.
game.
Wales, they're so passionate about
Of course
their...
they are. Of course they are.
They're very passionate about rugby. So there we go. And again, just put a little knot in the back of that. Mm-hmm. And that one's done.
So gorgeous. So whether you're hand embroidering, machine embroidering, you could even use, I've got a little set of Pigment Micron fine liners here. Can I just mention these actually, because so often we talk about quilt labels and I say, use a fabric safe, indelible pen to write your label. These are the things you need. In fact, can we carry these over into the tools hour? We might not have any stock, but with 12 packs left, you get for $16.99 you actually get 6 different fine liners. They're all black, but they vary in thickness from super fine, I'm gonna have to take my glasses off, from 0.2 millimeters up to 0.5 millimeters. They're pH neutral, they're archival ink, so they can be used on fabric. They're not going to damage the fabric at all or transfer, they're permanent. And these are the things you can sketch on fabric using them. You can sandtangle on fabric with them. You can also write your quilt labels. So I would recommend, if you are going to write a quilt label with these or do sketching, is iron your piece of fabric, your panel, your label, to a piece of freezer paper first of all. Yeah. So freezer paper will provide you with a firm background to your fabric. You iron it to the wrong side of your fabric, and then you can actually, what you can do is you can use a Sharpie to draw straight lines, bold straight lines on your freezer paper. Iron that to the back of your fabric, and then when you look through the fabric you'll have lines to follow as well, so you can keep your writing straight. And you can write out your label, heat set, peel your paper off, and then sew it to your project. They're brilliant. They're brilliant.
And doesn't it look lovely when you do put a hand label on your projects?
I mean, you can machine embroider them, but I think how lovely in 50 years time or 100 years time if there's a handwritten label, because not only do you know who the maker was when they did it, you've actually got an example of their handwriting.
Because when you look back at some of the old American quilts and things like that, if they'd have put
There's
handwritten, it'd be wonderful, wouldn't it, to see it now and have it on. So and hopefully our quilts will be around for another few hundred years as well, and people can look at these.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
So with
Pick
these,
mine up and say, look at this. Look at this.
I've just been doing a little bit of sort of satin stitch just on some of the petals here. So you could do all sorts, and then we could sort of chain stitch up here. relaxing, isn't it?
It's very relaxing.
All we're missing is that piece of cake and a cup of coffee.
Oh, you can say it as many times as you like, Sandi Millichip-Massochi. You're not getting any, I've told you.
I'm not coming again. Do I have to bring my own next time?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes, you do. I always used to say to the children at school when I was a school teacher, you're allowed to eat sweets in class, but you have to bring enough for everybody.
That sounds fair enough, doesn't it? Is there anything else you wanted me to show you whilst I've got anything else?
No, I think we've had a lovely
All right.
cover of all of the different techniques, machine embroidery.
We've got the hand embroidery, beading, lots of ideas for those cushions. And I say don't get it as just a cushion panel, because it can make so many other things with it as well.
Absolutely gorgeous. Thank you so much, Sandi. Thank you.
No problem at all.
Now, it just leaves for me to recap the panels that we have available. Where shall we start? Yellow to start, by far the most popular. Now, how many of these do we have left? Oh, okay. We've a few, we've not many. We've not many. You get the front panel of your cushion with all of your beautiful wildflowers, your hedgerow flowers there. And hedgerows are fast disappearing.
They are, it's a shame,
so you can kind of immortalise them on your cushion. So you've got your hedgerow front, you've got the backing of your cushion, you can add a zip, you can cut it, make an envelope back if you prefer. Then you've got your 3 extra images that you can make smaller cushions or little bags with, or bonus projects. And then you've also got your hand stitched by labels and your little extra little applique maybe in the corner there. So that's the yellow, £9.99 for that. Next colour, let's do grey. Grey's also been very popular.
Very fashionable, isn't it?
It is, and this is a lovely soft, it's a clean grey. You know, sometimes you get greys that are a bit grubby and they're a bit yellowy or browny or beigey. This is a very clean grey, a nice sort of silvery white based grey. So nice and fresh. The colours in the flowers and leaves are a little stronger here. You get your cushion front, your back, which is kind of like a mini version of the front image, and then your 3 bonus images and your labels for £9.99. Pastel next, that's the soft powder blue. And these would be great mixed with some solids as well.
Yes.
Powder blue, there we go. So that's that lovely soft blue. Really nice that. And this would mix really well actually with the grey. They all mix and match really well together, but the grey and the blue go really nicely together because you have got this image over here that's got this little soft grey polka dot in the background, so you can mix and match those quite happily. And then last of all, you've got the lilac. It is called lilac, isn't it? I keep calling it lavender. Lilac. Which again, really pretty. This would go really well with the grey as well. It just warms it up a little bit, just adds a little touch of soft colour. Very nice. Image, backing, bonus squares, and your labels for under £10. Love it.
I was going to use the pink with the grey and do like an envelope back with that.
That's really pretty.
And then you could always do like little ties, so make like the handles we made in the first show, and put sort of 2 of those on, so you could do like little ties on the back instead.
That's a really nice way to back it. Pretty. And that colour, the blush pink solid, which we've got on the show, is a perfect combination.
It goes lovely, and that's just with the grey. It brings it sort of brings all those lovely little pink flowers out, and then you could always just put a little tiny embroidery stitch on all those pink flowers, which that would be quite a job. It'd be quite a few evenings. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? And just a little tiny bead in all the little daisies, and that would make a beautiful front panel then.
Yeah.
With you know, just this on the back.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sandy. Now, you're back birthday week.
The day before, on the 19th. So
The
I'm sort of the
19th. You're
so
heralding the birthday
I am,
week.
that's right, yes.
Fab.
Yes.
I look forward to that.
With my own pattern as well. I'm beginning one of my own
awesome.
patterns.
Is that first time?
It is, yes.
Exciting.
Yes.
Look forward to
So
it.
I'm really looking forward to that.
Oh, well, good luck for that on the 19th.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for this morning, Sandy. It's been a
It's
real
been lovely,
pleasure.
and I hope your cold feels better as
Oh,
well.
thank you. It's just a
bless
bit. It's just a bit.
Oh,
you know.
Get home and have a nice hot toddy.
Doctor's orders.
Yes.
All right, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you after this with our final hour of tools.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hi, welcome back. I'm here with my co-host, TaylorMade. Welcome to the show. If she answers, I will freak. I'm running off. Hello. Hello, you. This is Adjustaform's most affordable mannequin. Price is amazing. Let's come straight in with that because I think this is really cool. If you want to do dressmaking, if you do dressmaking now, and you want to make it easier, better fit, much better fit, and just an easier ride, really, get yourself an Adjustaform. Now, $99.99. This is the medium sized. I'll go through sizes in a sec, but I just want to do a price comparison first. John Lewis website, here it is. Exactly the same mannequin. Ours comes with a stand, by the way. We've just taken it off to put it on the table. $99.99 here, £110 at John Lewis, which is fine. I mean, £110 a good price, but 2-year manufacturer's warranty. We get a 2-year manufacturer's warranty here too, so that's no different. Exactly the same piece of equipment. You're paying £10 and a penny less by buying it from here, from Sewing Street. Or are you? Aren't we going to do this? Do this? There you go. Thank you. There you go, that's even better. $89.99. So now you're saving 10% on our price, but we're now £20 and a penny cheaper than John Lewis. So if you're going to get yourself a mannequin, why not get yourself the most affordable Adjustaform from the most affordable source, which is here on Sewing Street. Now, the Adjustaforms are sent direct from the company, so you still pay your single postage, $3.95, and even if you've bought half a dozen items from us here at Sewing Street, we'll send those out to you. That same £3.95 postage will apply. It will still get you your postage from Adjustaform. This will come separately from them, but no more to pay. Now, if you want split pays, you can have them. 2 split pays of $44.99. So literally for under £45, you can get an Adjustaform home. Now, I've got another price comparison. Same product, medium, Adjustaform, tailor-made. This is from Dunelm, £109. No split pays. Oh, you can, yeah, they do some kind of split pay. Okay, fair enough. Well, I'm still paying £9 and a penny more, and that's on our usual price of $99.99. But today it's $89.99. So I'm serious. I'm not paying £19 and a penny more just to get it from them. I want it the best price I can buy. I'm going to take the split pays. Let me just tell you about the sizes. This is the medium. We've got a chart here just to show you the sizes. This is the medium, which is the larger size. So your bust go from 39 to 46 inches, your waist from 32 to 40 inches, your hips from 41 to 47, maximum height is 71 inches, and that covers UK dress sizes approximately from a size 12 to a size 22. Now, I have it on very good authority from many great dressmaking tutors that you can pad these mannequins. So use the adjusters. There are dials on the front, okay, and these expand the body. You've also got dials along the sides, on both sides, and also down the back. So there's many adjustments that you can make: hips, waist, bust measurement, and also the height, the back length. But if you need to make more adjustment than that, just use things like quilt batting and actually pad certain areas. Most of us have got one shoulder that's higher or lower than the other. You can pad the shoulder. I think it's very usual that one side of our chest is slightly bigger or smaller than the other, or our hips or our waist is slightly bigger on one side than the other. You can make those adjustments with padding. All right, this is now the details of the small adjuster form tailor-made. We're dropping that price again by 10% from our low price to £89.99. Now again, John Lewis, £110, Dunelm, £109. We are £19–20 cheaper than either of those sources. We also offer split pay. So great time. Don't wait until Sewing Bee comes back on air in April because everyone will have sold out of overlockers and dressmakers forms. Now's the time to get them, and then you'll be ready. Fabulous. We'll show you the size chart now for the small. So for this one, your back length, bust length, beg your pardon, 33 to 40 inches, waist 26 to 33, hips 35 to 42, and a maximum height of 71 inches. And just while that chart's up there, you can see the stand. And you've also got the hem marking tool that sticks out, so you can mark and pin a perfect straight level hem on skirts and dresses and coats, things like that. Fab. Now, just while we're here and we're talking dressmaking, real favourite product of mine is the magnetic pin bowl. This is from Hemline Gold, which are just beautiful things. This one is black, really lovely, fully magnetic, so really strong magnet on the back. You can literally just throw your pins, and I regularly do. I'm just going to grab some pins, and I use my magnetic pin dish for quick cleanup as well, because literally if you throw them in the general direction, they will just jump into the bowl. Equally, if you've got pins all over your desk or that have dropped onto the floor, again, I just go round with the dish and do a quick clean up, and they're straight back in the bowl. It's a really useful bit of kit. It's really smart as well for £8.99. Love the Hemline Gold too. All the packaging is recycled. You can use these, of course, for other metallic things. If you do things like lots of DIY, screws, bolts, things like that. Yeah, I don't know if nails are magnetic, are they? I suppose they are. Panel pins, things like that. Yeah, very good. Yeah. Okay, bit of native lighting. Is that this one? No. Okay. Native lighting. We'll grab that. Don't worry. 3-in-1. Oh, we'll do the little one first. Okay. All right. So this is a clip-on. Can also be wall mounted. It's got a little hole there, so it can be wall mounted if you want. Love this. And then it has this really deep, strong clip. So for example, if you want to clip this to a desk, if you wanted to clip this to an easel or the side of a chair, you can do that. Make it positionable. You've got this lovely strong gooseneck. The native lighting goosenecks are always so strong and flexible as well. So you can direct and angle that. You've also got the option with this of having either warm lighting, like you've got natural daylight, or you can combine both and have that combination, which to me gives the look of kind of nice sunny morning. Yeah, that kind of mixture of lovely bright daylight, but also the warmth of sunlight. So you've got all three, natural, daylight, and combined, just kind of warm daylight. Really fab bit of kit that. $24.99. It's amazing value, isn't it? And just nice if you want to add a bit of extra light when you're working on a project. Now then, now we've got the 3-in-1 next. Now this is a real super duper lamp, this one. Only available now in the white. I'm just going to lift this up onto the counter because the base is so important and so integral to why this lamp is so brilliant. You've got a lovely slim profile on the base. It's really weighty and very stable, but it's also slim. So this could go underneath a divan bed. It could go underneath perhaps a sofa that's almost flush to the floor. It's probably just a generous inch in thickness, so that would slide under most divans or you know, tailored sofas that come right down to the floor, which means you can get the light source right up close and personal. Now, you've got your base, and you can use that. At the moment, it's got the extender pole in. So this section here, this extension pole, brings this up to a floor lamp. So that's our first option, floor lamp. Now, if we take that extender pole out and fit the gooseneck to the base, we now have our tabletop lamp. So again, really strong base, but we can stand this on a table. Really flexible, strong gooseneck. Our third option is that we can fit the clip onto the lamp. Oh, excuse me, sorry. We can fit that on, and then we've got a clip-on, kind of like an angle poise. Sorry about that. The other option then is you've got the little table clip. Okay, so you can fit the lamp into that, and then you can screw that onto your table, and then you've got that kind of full adjustability there. It's got 2 levels of brightness, so you can adjust that. I am actually just going to pop this back down on the floor, and then I can show you the LEDs. So if I just turn this around, so you can see running around here, we've got so many LED lights. Very low power usage, so economical to run. I seem to remember roughly 20 years worth out of 8 hours a day. I think that's how long the bulbs last. Something like that is absolutely crazy, amazing. And then of course you've got that magnifying glass, okay, which I haven't even mentioned yet. 1.75 times magnification. So an absolute boon. If you're starting to struggle to see your craft, 1.75 times magnification, so you can do things like cross stitch, calligraphy, hand embroidery, patchwork, just threading your needle maybe, or trimming threads on dressmaking where you want to go nice and close. I'm constantly doing this these days if I'm wearing specs, but with the magnifying lens, really easy and makes it much more comfortable. I find I can sew for longer, knit for longer when I've got good lighting and magnification, so why not give it a try? It's a 3-in-1, only available in white now. Black's completely sold out. Okay, now next up we're going to do gridded interfacing. Let's get the details on screen. So this is, I'm going to grab my tape measure. You get 1 metre by 90 centimetres. Just going to grab, by Vliseline. It's a 1-inch grid. It's a 1-inch grid. So this is absolutely brilliant for doing small patchwork. It's fusible on one side, on the non-printed side, and then you've got printed lines on the non-fusible side. So you can use this for regular interfacing, you know, for making shoulder straps, things like that, and then you don't have to mark it, of course. If you want a 2-inch wide strip, it's just 2 squares, but for patchwork, cut your squares. Now they don't have to be 1-inch squares, because that would give you a 1/2-inch finish, which will be tiny. Hey, if that's what you want to do, no problem. But if you want 2-inch squares, that's what I would tend to use. Cut a bunch of 2-inch squares. You're then going to, you can see the grid quite easily through the interfacing. You then place your squares all over. So you can do pixelated designs, trip around the world, you know, completely random, whatever you like. So lay them all out on your square, fuse them in place, and then what you would do is you will fold your interfacing and your fabric on one of the lines. Okay, so you fold it on the line, and then you sew your 1/4-inch seam allowance down your interfacing. Open it up, and then you fold it on the next line. So, and you do all of your seams in one direction. And then what you need to do, I like to go, because obviously at the moment you've got a sort of almost like a folded tube. I like to cut through that tube with a pair of sharp scissors. Press your seam allowances open throughout and clip at every intersection. Then what you'll do is turn the work, you fold it on the other, in the other direction against the other lines, so those seams, and do the same, cut through and clip, and you'll have perfect patchwork. It's really cool, great fun. Yeah, $8.99 for that. There's loads of good tutorials online as well for using gridded interfacing. Particularly good if you're making things like, you know, pixelated designs. Tilda did a fantastic flower bouquet. They've just brought out a new one actually using their solids. It's a free pattern, but if you're just making it out of squares, it's a lot of little squares to try and sew together and keep accurate. Whereas with your fleece-celine gridded interfacing, you'll get beautiful accuracy, and you can make sections and then you can just join them together, and there's no issue with joining them together. It doesn't create bulky seams or anything like that. Really good, worth trying. Why not get yourself a piece and have a go? Okay, so next up, this is the Decaville. Decaville fusible interlining. Now, this is the Decaville rather than Decaville Light. So there's two Decavilles. The light one almost feels a bit like leather, and it's like a heavyweight interfacing. Whereas Decaville itself feels almost... well, it almost feels like a piece of very flexible card. It's very firm interfacing. Now, it's absolutely brilliant for doing things like really structured bags, bag flaps, wallets, boxes, baskets, you know, where you want really crisp, clean lines and a really, really sort of strong silhouette. You would use Decaville. Now, it's a non-woven, very heavy interfacing on one side. On one side, you've got a fusible layer, and I don't know if you can see this, but you'll be able to tell there's a very slight bit of shine. Can you see? To one side. That's your fusible side. It feels slightly more slippery than the other side, which feels, you can feel it's more matte. So that's the side you're going to fuse. Now, top tip, it does take a little while to fuse because it's a thick layer and the fusible takes a while to soften. So be patient when you're fusing your layers together. And this is one that's best cut out. If you've got pattern pieces, say for the flap, actually use the pattern piece, cut it out in Decaville, cut out your fabric with the pattern piece, and then put the two together and fuse them. Usually with lighter interfacings, I'll just fuse all my fabric pieces and then cut round. But with the Decaville, you do want to just get the edges matched up. When I've then sewn it, I then tend to go in with a pair of sharp scissors and I will trim the Decaville as close to the seam line as I can to reduce the bulk in the seam itself. A message from Julia. What's the difference between Decaville and Bosal, please? Okay, well, good question, Julia. And I think you're referring to in our form. Bosal make loads of they're the company. They make loads of different interfacings, quilt battings, products. But in our form is such a hero product. Everyone just calls it Bosal. Okay, so Decaville is about the thickness of, well, thin card, flexible card. That's the thickness. It's a non-woven interfacing, almost like a card with a glue on one side, a heat-activated glue on one side. So it's thin, all right? It doesn't add any loft. It doesn't add any thickness to speak of. It is washable, so you can put this in projects that are washed. It's great for things like bag bases, you know, wallet outsides where you want a really thin but really firm surface. That's Decaville. In our form from Bosal is a fusible foam. So if I hold this up, you can see the width. I don't know if you can see that. Can you see if I hold my fingers either side of it, that's the thickness of the foam, and it's a squishy foam. On one side you've got like a tricot, and then on the other side you've got this fusible feels slightly sort of scratchy and textured. That's the side you fuse to your fabric, the other side non-fusible. This is a single-sided fusible. You can get double-sided fusible in our form, you can get completely non-fusible, but this one happens to be single-sided fusible, which is my favourite. Now you're going to use this where you want great structure. So for example, a bag that you put in our form in will stand up by itself, as long as the base isn't tiny, in which case it might fall over, but you know what I mean, it will hold its shape completely. But your project will be squishy, it will be soft, you'll be able to get it under your machine, and then it kind of pops back into shape. So it's very, very easy to sew, but it will give a great structure. It's also light, so you get great structure in a bag, but it adds almost no weight to the bag. So if you're making things like, I don't know, weekend bags or work bags, where you're probably going to have lots of heavy things in it, the last thing is you want for the bag to be heavy before you've even begun. So it adds structure without weight. It's also, because it's a foam, it's something that responds really well to quilting and top stitching. So any quilting, any top stitching that you do on this, because it's got some loft, it's got some thickness, the quilting's going to really pop and you'll get great effects. I think it really benefits from quilting. So I always quilt if I'm using in our form. You don't need loads of quilting. It does fuse, but I think it looks better with some quilting on it. Make the most of that extra loft. Also, if you're cutting in our form, I recommend you can cut it with scissors, you can cut it with a rotary cutter. But if you are cutting with a rotary cutter, you must only cut one layer at a time. So if your pattern piece says to cut on the fold, then what you need to do with that pattern piece is to put it on something like dressmaker's tissue or freezer paper, draw around half, flip it, draw the other half, and then use that full pattern piece on your inner form and cut around that. Don't try cutting 2 layers. It is dangerous, especially, you know, with a ruler, it'll bounce off, it's too thick, and it won't cut through both layers anyway. It's too thick for the blade to get through. All right, that's the 101 on inner form and Decoville. These things, they're not glamorous, you know, but they are the unsung hero. They're the thing. I mean, and also as well, I'll tell you something else about inner form, which I think is really cool. You can use quite, I'm going to say it. You can use quite poor quality fabric, quite inexpensive fabric on the outside, and it still gives a great looking result. It sort of adds enough thickness and enough substance. So if you've bought fabric that's been a little bit thin, a little bit disappointing, use it for projects within our form, and it just adds extra oomph, extra structure to it. I love it. Multi-buy that. You don't want to run out of either of these things. I buy this by the full roll, which is heavy. All right, that's our interfacings and in our form and Decoville. Freezer paper. Again, I mentioned earlier on, if I have my 5 hero products, one of them would be Beau's in our form. One of them would definitely be freezer paper. Freezer paper is a cartridge paper on one side, and on the other side you have got a waxy finish, and you can see, if you have a look, the difference. So here's the cartridge paper side, and then this underside, can you see? It has a waxy finish, and you can feel it too. That waxy finish gets kind of activated by the heat of an iron. So normally it's used for wrapping meat for the freezer, but quilters realised it was awesome for fabric. You can cut out shapes, pattern pieces for bags, quilts, templates, you know, things like that. Quilting templates. Cut them out of freezer paper, iron them to your fabric, cut your fabric out. Then this just peels straight off. Doesn't leave any residue, doesn't leave any stickiness or waxiness on the fabric. You can then reuse that stickiness about 6 to 8 times before it kind of gives up the ghost and you need to cut a new pattern piece. You get 50 square feet on a roll for £7.49. It will last you ages. Let's do a price comparison. Like for like, this is on Hobbycraft. £10? Woo. That's top dollar. £10 for a roll. £10. Same amount, same company, £7.49. That's £2.51. That's a lot. That's a big difference. That's 25%, isn't it? Okay, well, fair enough. Well, get it from us. You'd walk past this, wouldn't you, on a shelf and think, why do I need that? It's for wrapping meat. I'm here to quilt. Now, another thing I like to use this for, if I'm quilting, I might want to quilt a heart in the centre of a block. I'll cut that out of freezer paper. It's really easy to see through if you're tracing designs from a book. You can then iron it to your quilt top, your layered quilt top. Don't mark around the design. Quilt using the edge of the paper as your design. Don't sew through the paper, because you then want to be able to peel it off when you finish stitching. You can iron it down somewhere else on your quilt top, quilt across to it, and then quilt again. If you want to quilt a grid, cross-hatching, cut a strip of paper out, maybe 2 inches wide, 3 inches wide, whatever cross-hatch you want. Mark your first line, iron the freezer paper to it, stitch either side, move your paper over, stitch, move your paper over, stitch, and then you're not having to mark your quilt top at all, and you get a perfect crosshatch every time. It's also really good for things like if you want to draw quilt designs, or I don't know, something like quilting design. If you draw it on your paper, okay, and then use an unthreaded needle, okay, on your sewing machine to stitch over the design. So let's say, for example, the design was, let's just say it was a big heart, okay. Stitch through the heart with the waxy side facing up, unthreaded needle, okay. That will then create raised dots on this side. Iron that to your quilt top, use a chalk pounce pad, pad over the top, peel the paper off, you'll have the design transferred. Okay, we're going to move on. I could talk about freezer paper all day. So good. So good. Right, just want to do a few recaps on panels from earlier on. Now, earlier on today, we had my Mendy panel, my Mendy bag panel. We're going to pop the details on screen there. The Mendy bag panel. So I was inspired by Mendy, the traditional henna temporary tattoos that are used to celebrate things like Indian weddings. I think the designs are beautiful. I also love Zentangle, Santangle, doodling. So this is a panel to create this bag. You get everything you need to create the outside of the bag, the inserts, the straps, all of the linings, and full instructions, all on one panel for £19.99. It's got in-R form inside, so a pack of in-R form. I've put a few little beads on some ties at the side so you can nip the profile in. I've also used a little bit of solid black from my stash just for a few little accents. But the real fun in this panel comes from colouring it in, if you want to add colour. Use colouring pens for fabric. You could use wax crayons and heat set. You could tie-dye, ice dye. You could Santangle on the fabric. You could use Pigma micron pens to add extra detailing, and really go to town. Add as much or as little colour as you want to. If you wanted to add a pop of colour without colouring the panel in, leave these stripy inserts out. Put a strip of bright orange or lime green or a pop of lemon yellow, whatever you want. Okay. Pastel panel, thank you. All right, so these are fat quarters printed on a panel. These are fatter than normal. Now, instantly, these are making me think of sherbet. They're those lovely kind of soft pastels, really pretty.
Great value as well for the amount of fabric you get. This is £19.99. So we call them fatter quarters or fat quarter plus because the fat quarters are quite a bit bigger than a normal fat quarter. So a normal fat quarter is approximately 18 inches by 21 inches. Now these fatter quarters are just shy of 28 inches by 19. So quite a bit bigger than a standard fat quarter. Really good value. So you get 4, you're getting that stripe, you're getting the little hearts, that's super cute. Love that. You're getting, those are a bit like love hearts, aren't they? You know, the sweets. Be mine, kiss, free hug. That would be mine. And then these kind of rainbow ombre across, made of little hearts. Those are really cute. Love those. They'd blend well with Tula pink fabrics, wouldn't they? Very nice. £19.99 for that. Now I've got a couple of flamingo panels. Let me grab those. Okay, so these are inspiration panels from Delphine. No instructions. So this is ending 5-3. Ooh, I haven't seen the, oh wow. Oh, I like these. Now let me show you what you've got here. So I think the idea, this is called Flamboyant Flamingos, Tropical Sea. I've got the date actually when these were demoed. It was the 15th of August. July, beg your pardon, 15th of July last year. So you've got your teal background, which has lovely kind of Monstera and jungle leaves background. Then you've got perhaps some border strips. You've got leaf appliques, hibiscus, cocktails, I approve. You've got flamingos, and then more leaf and flower elements. You've also down the bottom got these beautiful tropical coordinates, bit of papaya there, some orange slices, leaves, all of these different coordinating rectangles that run across the bottom. There's loads of value in that panel for £12.99. That's stonking. Again, I'd love to be let loose with that. Isn't that fun? It's a really fun afternoon. That's a crafternoon, that is. I love it. So that's the one colourway. Now we've also got the same elements, but in, ooh, wow. Now I'm loving that background. Sunset yellow. That is gorgeous. So you've got your sunset yellow background. Perhaps this is for a cushion. This is the background for the applique. You've got, you could use these for ties for the back. You could even make this into a cushion seat that you tie on perhaps to an outdoor chair for in the garden. That would be fun. Lots of applique leaves, cocktails, flamingos, hibiscus. Lovely little floral elements down the bottom as well. It's sort of lovely toning fabrics. Love it. I think they go together really nicely. You could actually, if I'm just going to grab the other panel, I think you could very happily mix and match these two panels together. Don't you think? You could mix elements from both. You could have one of each on 2 chairs in the garden. Really lovely makeover for some garden furniture. And then get in there with a bit of chalk paint and repaint your garden furniture too to match maybe a flamboyant pink or that lovely teal green. Yeah, a few tiki torches in the garden. A picture of non-alcoholic cocktail. Who am I trying to kid? Be lovely. That sounds like an afternoon to me. You just say what time you want me round. Is that ending 3-2? Yes. Okay. So this one is a tote bag panel. You've got instructions printed on the panel itself. Look, there they are. So nice extensive instructions there for how to make the bag.
And then if I open it up, this has got a little bit of a William Morris feel to it. It's a little bit Tudor. Nice. Very nice. So this is traditional tote bag in pink floral. So you've got your bag outer, front and back. You've got your lining, front and back. I'm already thinking 2 bags. Thank you very much. I'll just use some solid. Thank you. And then over here, you've got like folded bag handles. You've got facings. And then you've actually got some spare fabric here. So you could make a little matching purse. But I would recommend that you grab some solids or some coordinates, and I would use that to make 2 bags. I would absolutely make 2 bags out of that. And even the handles, because these handles are folded, like Sandi showed in the last hour, okay, for the tote bag. The first hour, her first hour. She did folded handles using a wide strip. I would actually use a coordinate. I would cut that in half. I would then face it, sew down the sides and turn the handle through. This is meant to be folded in and in half again. But if you're adding a lining, you could get 2 bags worth of handles out of those fabrics. Get all the value out of panels that you can, I think. Now I've got a couple of sewing themed panels. Oh, these are lovely, and they're from Dan Morris. Black. These are gorgeous. These feature vintage sewing machines. They're big panels too, as well. Really good value for £12.99. So you get 9 images. Let me show you them. I'll grab my tape measure as well and just tell you what sort of size. You do get this lovely kind of thimble running down the side. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. So if you're doing something like cushions and you want an envelope back, you could just add this maybe to some plain black or gold fabric, and you get that on both sides of the panel, okay? And then the images, all different kinds of vintage sewing machines. They're approximately 10 inches square. Okay, you get 9 images. So you've got, here's the top row, love that one. Oh, a big pink sewing machine. Who wouldn't like that? The sort of classic Singer. My mum had one of those when I was little. This one's got a clock. Do you get sewing machines that have clocks? I don't want anybody telling me how long I've been sewing. I want to just lose myself in my sewing. That is gorgeous. And wow, really, really old school that. They're great, aren't they? £12.99 for that. That's the black one. And then I've got the same panel, but with a cream background. So if you want something a bit lighter and brighter, you could use these to make a lovely wall hanging for your sewing space, or a sign to put on the door to say, "Do not disturb, I am sewing." Creativity going on in here. Yeah, I had to sort of, excuse me. If I'm doing that, the glasses are coming off. I'm like, excuse me. He means business. But anyway, same. I love how you've got this little design running along the bottom as well. Scissors, a yardstick. You've got tailor's dummies going along here. Thimbles, machines. There's loads of detail. Look here, you've got your little buttons and nappy pins. Here you've got your tape measure. Absolutely lovely. These would be really nice actually to make some storage boxes or baskets using this. And I would either use in our form foam to make soft, flexible, padded baskets or boxes, or if you want something that's a bit sharper and thinner. Maybe you've got one of those, you know, the shelving storage units that have the big square spaces and you can buy baskets for, you know, those ones. Well, I might be inclined to use something like the Decaville to create those baskets with the fabric on the outside. Just add borders until the images are the right size, patchwork, plain, whatever you like, and then fuse them. Really like that panel from Dan Morris. Now next up, I've got a big Sweet Dreams panel. This is cute. This has kind of a bit of a tea theme, but a sort of, I suppose, American style, Southern American style sweet tea. No, not this one. Sorry, not this one. Not sweet tea. Sweet Dreams. You drink your sweet tea first. We'll get a still of it up first. Oh, very different. A very different animal, literally. This is Sweet Dreams Counting Sheep. Oh, cute. Little soft yellows and greys. And there's a big panel. It's 90 centimetres. That's your width. And then you've got your width of fabric. We'll find it. But that would be really cute. So you can make a really quick quilt out of that. I got it right here. Thank you, Kat. Well done. Sweet Dreams. Sweet Dreams. There we go. So here's the panel. So really cute. You've got your little sheep along the top. Very playful. Lovely border as well, all included in the panel. Then you've got your main image. So we are counting sheep to ensure those sweet dreams. 1, 2, 3. I'm usually out by there. 4 if you must. Sweet dreams, and then little sheep along the bottom. And a gorgeous border. I think that's gorgeous. Half the stock of that is gone. That is a great one to have in your stash, actually, because well, I mean, normally we do get several months at least warning before a baby appears, but most of us, me included, seem to leave making a baby quilt right up to the very end. And then you suddenly need a very quick baby shower gift. These are ideal to have in your stash. They're gender neutral. You can layer them, quilt them simply, and you don't have to quilt slavishly around all the images. You could just do a big cross hatch over the whole surface, or a big stipple. I quilted a quilt yesterday, big stipple all over it, looked lovely. Bind it and you're done, and you're ready. You could do that in the morning and go to the baby shower in the afternoon. Right, poppy cushion. This is beautiful. No instructions with this, but it's really straightforward. It was originally demoed on the 1st of July last year. So you've got your main poppy image. I think that's beautiful. You could just layer and quilt that as it is, or make it up into a bag. But if you wanted to, you could embroider, you know, lest we forget. You could put significant dates there. Any image that you want to, something that's personal to you. You could even put a little oval, perhaps with a photograph transferred to fabric. You've got your backing fabric for your cushion. You've also got lots of poppies that you can fuse to interfacing and then iron on and add some extra embellishment, add some extra dimension. Super panel for $14.99. One more panel, I think. One more panel, and then I'm off to blow my nose. Christy says, oh, Stuart Hillard, you're such a trooper. Almost time to go and get some rest. Sending love and healing hugs. Thank you, sweetheart. I feel absolutely fine. I'm just really, you know, sniffy. It's irritating more than anything, isn't it? But I'm so good with my hand gel and things like that. This is the first sniffle I've had in about a year or more, I think. What is it called again? Oh, stained glass butterflies. We had that on the earlier panel show, didn't we? Beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Really lovely, this one. It's very sort of batik-y looking. It's a digital print though. Really lovely. You get all these 5-inch squares and they are stunning. Oranges, pinks, greens. Love the blues in there as well. So many different images. You don't even have to cut that up. You could just layer it and quilt it. Beautiful, or make some big cushions. Stunning for $14.99. Right, let's look at the menu for tomorrow. It's me again, and at 8 o'clock we've got Liberty fabric bundles. At 9 o'clock, my gorgeous friend Kerry is here from Living in Loveliness with the Happy Heart cushion and quilt. At 10 o'clock, it's sewing room tools, and then at 11 o'clock, Kerry's back with some Easter eggs. Oh no, sorry, I misread that. It's Easter makes. Well, I'm going to hint to her. There might be Easter eggs as well, who knows. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got sewing machines. A day, I think you'll agree, not to be missed. We've also got the last of our wonderful Tilda, the beautiful brand new collection, Pie in the Sky. Looked at it, stared at it, hours later, still couldn't find any pies, but it is beautiful fabric, and we'll have that at 12 o'clock tomorrow. All right, I'm going to run and get myself a lemsip. I will see you tomorrow, bright and early at 8 a.m. Make sure it's a date, please. I'll see you then.